Hey dreamers, welcome to Dan Jones' Sleep Stories. It's time to wrap yourself up in a safe, cozy blanket of dreams as you close your eyes and relax asleep into slumberland while listening to this calming tale where you sleep fast, sleep well, and sleep all night. If you like this bedtime story or have thoughts for future sleep stories, please leave a comment and subscribe to the channel. You can also support the channel on Patreon, where you'll find audio voice-only versions of my sleep stories. Thank you for your continued support. And before the story begins, imagine that you're being told this sleep story to the relaxing backdrop of rain outside. Just take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to have a sense of relaxing your mind and body as I count down from 20 to 1. Becoming deeper absorbed in the experience with each number. From 20, beginning to focus on the top of your head, noticing what your head is resting on, how it's supported gently in place, the comfort in and around your head as it rests there. 19. Having a sense of the muscles around your scalp and the back of your head softening and relaxing deeper and deeper, drawing in peace and comfort with each breath that you take, before moving your awareness around your face. 18. Focusing on what it's like for that relaxation to spread around your face, your ears and your cheeks. Having the muscles in these areas soften and relax. 17. Relaxing the muscles around your eyes and across your forehead, while the muscles around the side of your head and over the top of your head begin to relax deeper and deeper. 16. Noticing how you can pay attention to fading tension, or perhaps find that tension dissolves without paying it any attention at all. 15. And you can continue to allow that relaxation to spread down around your mouth, relaxing your lips and your jaw, relaxing the muscles around the side of your neck, around to the back of your neck and around your throat. 14. And as your jaw relaxes and hangs slightly loose, limp and comfortable, that relaxation can continue to move down to your shoulders and your upper back. 13. And I don't know whether that relaxation happens fastest around your shoulders, or in the upper back, or perhaps down the tops or the front of your shoulders. As that relaxation progresses around your back and your chest, softening and relaxing those muscles fully, deeply and comfortably. 12. And as those muscles soften and relax while you rest there, that relaxation can begin to spread down the arms to the hands, all the way down to the fingertips. 11. And I don't know which arm will relax fully fastest, whether it'll be the left arm or the right arm, or whether the arms will relax at the same rate and speed as each other. 10. And as that relaxation continues through those arms, it can flow down through your stomach, your sides and lower back, all the way down to your bottom, before extending deeply down through your legs to the tips of your toes. 9. And as your body becomes deeper and deeper relaxed, while you drift into the most pleasant sleep, so your mind begins to relax as a wave of healing light gently passes down through your body. 8. You begin to have a sense of that healing light touching your forehead, enveloping your face and head with healing deep relaxation, absorbing comfortably and gently into you with each in-breath that you take. 7. Filling you with peace and calm, spreading that healing, restorative, recuperative light down through your body, calming your mind. 6. Breathing in healing, calm relaxation. And breathing out any stress or tension. 5. Aware of that healing light passing down your neck, softening and relaxing those muscles, spreading that healing light throughout the neck as it spreads down with the next breath to your shoulders, around the back of your neck and down into your arms. 4. Gradually continuing that flow of healing light all the way to the tips of the fingers. 3. And with another in-breath, the healing light can spread down through the body, softening and relaxing muscles, healing deep within the body, filling the body with pleasure and deep relaxation. 2. As the light journeys down around your stomach, your lower back and sides, into your buttocks and all the way down to the soles of your feet. Perhaps noticing your whole mind and body filling with a deep sense of peace and calm. 1. And as you allow that light to flow with each breath, you can find your mind drifting deeper and deeper asleep as you drift comfortably into this story. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself walking through woodland, and you're on a journey of inner discovery. You've been finding that your life lately has been a little out of control, and you feel that one way perhaps to regain that control within your life is to find yourself and to learn more about yourself and about the role that you play within your life. And you're heading through this forest to the gentle sounds around you, the rustling of the leaves overhead, the way the light dances and shimmers in shards on the path ahead as it breaks through the canopy. The sounds of the forest, distant birds and other sounds, and the sound of each footstep that you take, becoming absorbed in the experience of walking through this forest. Feeling a deep sense of peace and calm, aware of different scents, the woody scent of the bark of the trees, the fragrant scent of flowers in the slight clearings within the forest, the earthy scent of mosses and the undergrowth, all combining in a tapestry of sensations for your senses. As you continue to walk through this environment and hearing a squirrel scurrying around the trunk of a tree, noticing it's two chasing each other, watching the way that they stop for a moment to observe you as you walk past, before continuing on their game. The way shadows dance around you as the sun shines through the canopy. The quality of the light in the clearings. And as you pass through this forest, so you find that you exit over the most beautiful meadow, exiting at the top of some undulating hills, gazing down over the view below. and seeing in the distance, on its own hill, a castle. And this castle looks ancient and so well maintained. You begin to descend through the meadow, walking through the tall grasses. The strong sense of the flowers, watching the butterflies fly from flower to flower, watching bees fly from flower to flower, noticing the birds overhead, some circling very high up in updrafts, and the clouds beyond the birds, just gently drifting across the sky, so calmly, so peacefully. Some clouds looking like elephants, others looking like poodles, perhaps one looking like a cat, and how those clouds transform and merge and evolve over time. Against the backdrop of the blue sky, and while descending through this meadow, heading down towards the base of this meadow, down to a river that flows through the meadow and onward towards the castle. You can hear the solitary sound of a cuckoo in the distance, and you continue to walk through this meadow. The sound of the water increasing in volume from that river as you get closer and closer. And you're curious about this castle, so you descend all the way down, begin to follow that river, now smelling the scent of the river as it flows by, the gurgling, bubbling sound of that water flowing, noticing the occasional leaf and twigs floating downstream, aware of how quiet nature is out here. No sounds of other people, until eventually you arrive at that castle. Cross a footbridge from one side of the river to the other side of the river where the castle entrance is situated. As you walk over that stone footbridge, noticing the changing sound of your footsteps as you walk from mud to stone and then back to mud again. You can now really notice the grandeur of this castle, and you walk up to the entrance, and there's an enormous knocker on this entrance, and it takes 2 hands to move that knocker. And you pull the knocker away from the door and let it go as it knocks on the door. You do that twice more, and then you wait and you wait. And after a little while of waiting and faintly hearing movement behind the door, someone comes to the door. You hear a latch go as the door then creaks open gently. And despite seeming to be opened so smoothly You're aware of the weight this door seems to be, and that its hinges must be so perfect for it to be opened so effortlessly for such a heavy door. And you walk into the castle grounds, finding yourself in the courtyard of the castle. The high walls blocking out some of the wind, the air seeming stiller here within the castle grounds than outside the castle grounds. And as the gate is closed behind you, you notice that the sounds from outside the castle fade into the distance, blocked by the gate and the thick walls and the height of those walls. And you walk across the courtyard to a more reasonable looking door, something more manageable to open. You walk through that door, entering into the castle itself. Walking through that castle, where you're greeted by a queen, and she tells you that she's the ruler of this land, and that she hears you're on a quest, that she's heard rumours about your quest, and you're curious how she's heard these rumours, and she tells you. The animals of the land talk and communicate. They keep an eye on what goes on within the land. And the animals had already visited the castle, had already informed on your journey, your direction of travel. And so it was no surprise that if you're passing the castle, you'd be drawn to the castle. And she directs you to a cozy looking room with a comfortable fireplace, rugs on the floor, materials on the stone walls, paintings hanging up, all numbing the echoing sound that in other rooms reverberates with each spoken word and each step taken. She tells you that she can help you on your journey, that she can supply you with a map and directions to take. But first, she would like you to share a meal, get a good night's sleep and freshen up, so that you can enjoy the journey tomorrow. And you look around this cozy room, noticing books on shelves, some incredibly old-looking books. She stands up and gestures for you to head over to those books if you would like. And so you go over to the books, you explore those books, taking a look through some of those old books. She then gestures to a member of staff to prepare some food, as she personally shows you to a room and tells you that this can be your room for the night. You can settle down in this room. And then she leaves you alone for a while. She says that you'll be called when dinner is done. And you settle down in the room for a bit. You sit on the bed for a moment to get a feel for this bed. You look out the window over the view of the land. You explore around this room. You change into some smarter clothes for the meal. And as the sun sets, the nighttime sounds begin to softly be heard outside. You hear a knock on the door. Get told that dinner is ready. And so you follow the member of staff down to a dining hall. And before you even reach that dining hall, you can smell that scent of the food, noticing the salivating triggered by the scent. You enjoy sitting and eating that meal. You enjoy the feeling of being satiated by the meal. And the conversation during and after the meal, before it getting late and you head back to the room. You settle down in the bed and you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. And the next morning you awaken to the soft sound of a robin singing outside. You notice it on the windowsill just the other side of the glass. Its red breast, its bulbous body, its delicate beak and such soft-looking feathers. You get yourself ready for the day. You freshen up. You head down to the dining hall. And down in the dining hall you enjoy your breakfast before being called back through to the room you were in the night before. And you get gestured to take a seat. You take a seat. And then you get shown a book. And the book gets opened to a specific page. And you read the story on the pages in this book about a dragon that guards a specific cave. And within that cave is a magical crystal bracelet. And so you look up, curious what this means. Is this just a story? And you're presented with a map rolled up. You unfurl the map, and the Queen tells you this destination is where that crystal bracelet is, as she points to a location on the map. She then points to where you currently are tells you it's some journey, but you'll find what you're looking for. And a few hours later, you leave the castle. You continue your journey, following the river at first, and then as the clouds begin to change and darken and it begins to rain softly, and you can feel the raindrops on your face, smell the air with that rain, hearing the sound of the rain as it strikes the foliage around you. You head into the tree line and decide to cut through the forest, knowing that cutting through the forest, the trees will block a lot of the rain, and your journeying might be slightly slower cutting through the trees, but it'll also be drier. And you continue on through the forest until eventually you come to another clearing, and you see that the only way forward is across the clearing. And it's beginning to turn to nightfall, so you decide to set up camp on the edge of the forest and hope that it isn't raining in the morning. You light a campfire, you enjoy some food, some well-earned rest, ready to continue your journey the next day, settling down in the tent to the sound of that rain outside, drifting and floating peacefully asleep. And the next day you awaken to the sounds of birds, to the glowing sides of the tent as the sun shines on it. You smell that fresh morning air, the kind of freshness you can only get after a good bit of rain. You have some breakfast before packing everything away and continuing your journey, following that map. And as you walk, following the map, you encounter a stream, and you follow that stream heading upstream until eventually you find yourself at a small lake, and you see at the far side of this lake is a waterfall. And you notice out of the waterfall are some strange glowing lights seeming to dance and shimmer in and out of the spray of the water. And you work your way around this lake, heading over to the waterfall, and notice that they're waterfall fairies dancing in the splash of the water. And one of them comes over to you and talks to you and says that they know you're on a journey. You need to ascend this waterfall, climb a little way up this mountain to enter the cave where you'll find the dragon and the crystal bracelet. and you look up at the height of the mountain, and how far it seems you have to go. And they tell you that there's a way of making it a little easier for yourself. But to do so, you'll need to dive into the water. They tell you that deep under the water, just where the soil is churned up in just the right way, grows kneecap mushrooms. And if you pick a few of them and you cook them up and eat them, they'll give you the strength to comfortably ascend the mountain. And so you prepare yourself, test the temperature of the water before diving into the water, taking a deep breath, bobbing your head down and swimming down under the water, feeling the tickling of the water on your back, as if the waterfall is caressing your back like the jets in a hot tub. And you see those fluorescent mushrooms deep under the water, and you dive down towards them. And as you get closer to them, you can notice why they're called kneecap mushrooms. And you pick a few before swimming back up to the surface, feeling the water running down your face as you take a few breaths and then swim over to the shore with those mushrooms. And up on the shore you dry yourself off. Then you cook those mushrooms. You prepare them with a meal. And you eat those mushrooms. And over a short period of time after eating the mushrooms, you can feel the energy within your body from those mushrooms, as if it's passing through your head, your shoulders, down your neck, around the top of your body, the lower half of your body, down into your legs. With healing, powerful energy, like a healing light, coming into your body with each in-breath. And then one of the waterfall fairies taps on a singing bowl and slides a mallet around the bowl, tells you to focus on the sound and relax, and gives you some positive ideas for having the strength to ascend, to achieve your goal. Before you then begin your ascent, you climb up the side of the waterfall, walk along the slight plateau at the top of the waterfall before ascending the steeper mountain. And as you ascend, so you can see the cave up there, and you ascend all the way up to the cave. And once at the cave, you carefully and quietly head into the cave, hearing the breathing of the dragon. And you don't know what to expect, and you head over towards the dragon. And the dragon notices you and acknowledges you and asks what you're here for. You explain that you're here to find yourself, to gain control over your life. You're on a journey of inner discovery, and you've been told that there's a crystal bracelet, and if you can get that crystal bracelet, you'll find what you're seeking. And the dragon lets you past. You head to the crystal bracelet. You pick the bracelet up and place that bracelet on your wrist, only to find that you feel no different. And the dragon is laughing in the background. And you tap that bracelet and you hold it up to your ear. You shake your wrist, jiggling the bracelet. You have a feeling of confusion. And the dragon tells you you'll understand when the time is right. And you look around this cave. This is the only bracelet you can see here. You examine the bracelet closely. You sit for a moment feeling a bit dejected. A bit like, what was the point of this journey? And then feeling a sense of annoyance at making this entire journey for a bracelet that seems to do nothing. And the dragon just sits in silence, watching your thoughts process. And you vocalize some of your rants, some of your complaints. And the dragon just sits there in silence. Until eventually, it's like a switch has flicked on in your mind. You get an aha moment. And with that aha moment, you realize you need to place the bracelet back. You thank the dragon and you leave. You find your way back the way you came. You realize you've been on your journey of inner discovery. You figured out how to gain control back in your life. You stop off at the castle on your way home. And the Queen tells you that she can recognize that you found yourself. And after a couple of days in the castle, you continue through that meadow up through the forest, continuing for many, many days, journeying all the way home. And once home, you enjoy that sensation of settling down in your own bed and thinking about the experience you've had, who you were when you started the experience and who you are now at the end of your experience. And with this, you drift and float so peacefully, so calmly and comfortably asleep, deeply into slumberland, knowing your journey of inner discovery has come to an end with you realizing about control in your life, what you have control over and what you don't. Realizing you've found yourself as you drift and float deeply soundly asleep into slumberland. In this bedtime story, you find yourself walking through an enchanting forest, the sunlight filtering through the lush canopy of leaves above, casting warm, dappled patterns of light on the forest floor. The gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets of ancient times, filling the air with a sense of mystery and wonder. And you can take a deep breath, inhaling the fresh, earthy scent of moss and wildflowers. And each breath you take can be slow and deep, allowing the calming fragrance to fill your lungs and soothe your mind. And as you walk along the soft, moss-covered path, you can feel the cool, gentle touch of the breeze against your skin, like the most tender caress. The sounds of birds singing harmoniously in the distance, adding the most gentle, serene atmosphere. Their melodies intertwining with the faint, rhythmic murmurs of a nearby stream. The forest seeming to be alive with a tranquil energy, each element working together to create a symphony of peace and relaxation. And your footsteps are so quiet, almost imperceptible on the forest floor, muffled by the patchwork of leaves and soft moss. And as you continue to walk, you start to notice a subtle, luminescent glow, seeming to come from a river flowing silently, just beneath the surface, yet the glow visible through the surface. That glow casting an ethereal light, almost illuminating the path ahead, inviting you to follow. And as you continue your journey, you encounter an ancient tree standing alone in a slight clearing, its bark thick and gnarled, its branches stretching high into the sky, creating a natural archway of leaves and light. And carved into the trunk of this grand tree, you find a spiral staircase, winding its way down deep into the heart of the earth. With curiosity, you place your hand on the smooth, cool bark of the tree and you begin your descent, each step down this staircase, guiding you deeper and deeper relaxed. And with each step, you find your mind counting down gently as you let go of any tension and be filled with the most peaceful relaxation. 10, 9, 8, counting silently to yourself, feeling calm, washing gently over you. As you descend that staircase, aware of the delicate patterns of light and shadow dancing around you almost like a soothing lullaby. 7, 6, 5, you're breathing, perhaps slowing, in perfect harmony with the rhythm of the forest. 4, 3, 2, almost feeling any worries and stresses just melting away, leaving you with pure serenity. 1, standing at the foot of the stairs, facing a door, and you gently open that door to find yourself in a secret library nestled here deep beneath a tree. A library filled with ancient books, pages containing tales of wisdom and wonder, glowing crystals scattered throughout this library, casting a warm, inviting light, making the space feel like a sanctuary of knowledge and peace. And you take time to appreciate the beauty and the tranquility of this hidden library, aware of the scent of old books, the most beautiful floral scent from the glowing crystals, and you run your fingers gently over the spines of the different books, feeling their textures, imagining the countless stories and secrets contained within the pages of this library. And in the center of the library, you discover the most comfortable chair, upholstered in deep, rich purple velvet. You sit in that chair, embraced in a cocoon of comfort and relaxation, the gentle hum of glowing crystals, a distant murmur of that river, lulling you into a deeper state of peace and calm. And you notice on a nearby table an ancient book, its cover adorned with intricate patterns and shimmering symbols that seem to pulse with energy. You carefully pick that book up off the table, opening the book, revealing pages filled with beautiful flowing script and illustrations of magical creatures and enchanted landscapes. And as you begin to read, the words flow effortlessly into your mind, painting vivid pictures of fantastical worlds and wondrous adventures. Each sentence guiding you further and deeper into the most pleasant reverie. And as you become more absorbed in the story, so you begin to uncover its hidden secrets. You feel yourself drifting deeper and deeper, the words of the book, weaving their spell. Finding yourself beginning to let go and simply be, as you sink deeper and deeper into relaxation. The story becomes like a gentle lullaby. You place that book down. You close your eyes, and to the sounds around you, you drift peacefully asleep. And after a while of sleeping, you awaken in the library, curious about what lies beyond this hidden sanctuary. You explore the library and notice a doorway partially concealed by a tapestry of intricate patterns and vibrant colours. You gently pull the tapestry aside, revealing an entrance to another spiral staircase. You descend this staircase and find that it takes you to a new part of the forest that somehow seems different to the forest you came from. The trees here are taller and seem more ancient, their branches forming an even denser canopy. The air filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. And as you can't see through the canopy, you don't know if this forest is underground or above ground. But you know you've just been descending and not ascending. And as you continue through this forest, you eventually come to an unusual house. It seems to be a deserted farmhouse nestled gently into the side of a hill. And this farmhouse is surrounded by wild flowers, bathing and carpeting the ground of the wood. Their vibrant colours creating a beautiful contrast against the weathered wood of the building and the shades of wood of the forest. When you approach that farmhouse, you knock on the door, and a duck answers, and the duck quacks softly. And you discover that these ducks have made this farmhouse their home. And you spend some time watching these ducks, interacting with these ducks. They invite you in for a drink and some food, and you enjoy that drink and food. And they seem to be finding pleasure in every moment and every act that they do, just enjoying being in the moment. And as you look around the farmhouse, you can see the remnants of its past, the old furniture, the faded photographs, forgotten and abandoned trinkets, each item telling you a story, each item bringing a connection to the history of this place. And this farmhouse seems to hold a sense of magic, a deep and hidden potential waiting to be uncovered. And the ducks lead you to a hidden attic. You climb up to that attic, where you find an old, dusty map laid out on a wooden table. And this map is beautifully illustrated, depicting the forest and its hidden wonders. And a location on the map catches your eye. It's an island in the middle of a glowing river, said to be home to a friendly witch. And the duck gestures for you to take the map, So with the map in hand, you leave the deserted farmhouse and you follow the path through the forest. You can hear the sound of that river growing louder. You find yourself at a clearing where the river emerges before you. You watch that river flowing, its soft glow casting magical light on the surroundings. You sit on the riverbank, on the cool grass. You look over the map and discover that it says that the only way to travel to the island is in a paper boat. And the map has the instructions for crafting that paper boat out of the map itself. And so you craft that paper boat. And the act of crafting the boat becomes almost a meditative process, each fold and crease done with such care and intention. After crafting the boat, you follow the instructions to wrap around the base of the boat some large leaves, some sturdy twigs, weaved in with some delicate flowers. You notice how intricate and beautiful the boat seems once finished. You carefully place the boat in the glowing river, watching as it manages to stay afloat and bob gently up and down on the water. And as it's bobbing up and down gently on the water, the base of the boat begins to sparkle and twinkle, and begins to phase and shift and grow larger and more robust. And the boat turns into something far more sturdy than you'd started with. And seems to be surrounded by a slight ethereal light where the boat is touching the water. And you step into the boat, feeling its gentle sway as it moves on the water's surface. And you set sail, gliding effortlessly along the river, the soft sound of the water bringing a deep sense of peace and comfort as you go. And as you sail, so you become more attuned to the beauty of the landscape around you, absorbed in the sight of the flowers, the bursts of colour, the way delicate petals shimmer in the light, sweet scent of blossoms in the air, and the gentle hum of insects. You find that travelling on the boat allows you to take a few moments of quiet reflection and deep connection to this world. And as you continue, you see the island get closer in view, and notice the trees on the island are different to the trees you've seen before. Their branches seem to contain shimmering leaves, dancing in the gentle breeze. The boat gently laps up onto the shore. You step off the boat, feeling the land beneath your feet, the sounds of rustling leaves as you walk, the distant sound of birdsong. This world feeling so different. You work your way round following a path, lined with vibrant flowers and twinkling lights, creating the most enchanting atmosphere. And the path leads you to a small, cosy cottage, surrounded by a lush garden full of colourful flowers, so fragrant. And a soft light shines in the window, casting a warm, inviting glow. And standing at the cottage door is a woman with kind, wise eyes and the most welcoming smile, her presence radiating warmth and calm, and you feel an immediate sense of comfort and ease. And she's the friendly witch, and she invites you into her home, gives you the most warmest of embraces, and in a soothing voice, she tells you that she's been expecting you. She makes you a cup of tea, and the air inside the cottage smells so fragrant and pleasant. Shelves are lined with jars of potions and dried flowers. A fire crackles gently in the fireplace, its soft light flickering on the walls. At a small wooden table, she pours you a cup of tea from the most beautiful teapot. You take a sip of that tea, feeling a deep sense of relaxation wash over you. She tells you that this is a place of magic and healing, and that you're going to find and meet the elemental fairies, and they'll teach you something about nature, balance and harmony with yourself. And you listen to what she has to say. And she hands you a small glowing crystal, tells you that it'll guide you on your journey. It will light your way. And you thank her for her kindness and wisdom. And when you've drunk your tea, you leave the cottage, the crystal glowing so gently in your hand, its light casting a gentle reassuring glow, the path being illuminated by that crystal's light. And you follow the soft glow as you walk deeper and deeper into the island's lush landscape, past petals shimmering in vibrant hues of reds and oranges and yellows, the air becoming warmer as you feel the most gentle heat embracing you, like the comforting warmth of a fire on a chilly night. And as you continue to walk, you can hear the crackling of a fire, and you see a clearing ahead. And in the centre of the clearing, you discover the fire fairy, a presence radiating the most brilliant golden light. Her hair flows like flames, her eyes sparkle with the intensity of a roaring fire. She moves with such graceful energy, every gesture filled with warmth and vitality. She acknowledges you with a voice crackling like the embers of a fire, and tells you that she's the fire fairy, the guardian of warmth and light, and she can help you to find the inner fire that fuels your spirit and guides your path. And you can feel the warmth of her presence, the way that it envelops you. She begins to dance, her movements fluid and mesmerizing, flames flickering around her, casting the most beautiful, radiant light illuminating the clearing. The sight, both beautiful and awe-inspiring, and you start to feel a deep connection to the energy of fire. And as you watch, the fire fairy gestures for you to join her, and you feel a surge of energy, and you step forward, moving in harmony with her fiery dance, each step filling you with a sense of strength and confidence, the warmth of the flames invigorating your body and spirit. Fire fairy guides you through a series of movements, each one designed to awaken the fire within you. She teaches you to embrace your inner light, to let it shine brightly and guide your way. With each movement, you feel more connected to the warmth and energy of the fire, your spirit glowing with a newfound vitality. She tells you that your inner fire is always with you. It'll light your path, it'll give you strength. It will warm your heart. She tells you to embrace it and let it guide you. And holding on to that fire which burns brightly within you, a source of light and strength. The fire fairy bids you farewell, and you head off, following the path, following the glow of the crystal, and after a time the air begins to cool deeply, and you start to notice the sound of flowing water. You start to smell the fresh scent of rain and blooming lilies. You start to feel a deep sense of peace and tranquility. The soft glow of the crystal guiding you towards the presence of the water fairy. And the path leads you to a serene lake, surrounded by weeping willows, their long branches dipping gently into the calm, mirror-like water. The surface of the lake shimmering with a soft, silvery glow, reflecting the view around you. And in the centre of the lake, you can see the water fairy, her form so graceful, her movements so fluid. She seems to dance so effortlessly across the water's surface. And the water fairy's hair flows like a cascade of water. Her dress shimmers with hues of blue and green. She dances gracefully on the surface of the lake, her movements creating gentle ripples that spread out in perfect circles. She seems to exude a sense of calm and serenity, a deep sense of peaceful energy. Her voice, as she talks to you, sounds like the murmur of a babbling brook. She tells you that she's the guardian of fluidity and calm, that she'll help you to learn to go with the flow and to embrace the ever-changing nature of life. You walk to the edge of the lake. You can feel the cool, refreshing water lapping gently at your feet. She beckons you to join her as you step into the water, feeling a sense of weightlessness and freedom. You find that the water supports you so effortlessly, and find yourself able to glide gracefully across the lake's surface. She guides you through a series of fluid movements, each one designed to help you embrace the flow of life. She teaches you to let go of resistance, to move with the natural rhythm of the water, each step and gesture helping you feel more connected to the calming energy of the lake. Your spirit becoming as fluid and serene as the water itself. Remember, the water fairy says, life is always changing like the flow of a river. Embrace the ebb and flow, and you'll find peace and serenity in every moment. Feeling a deep sense of gratitude and calm, the fluidity and serenity of the water flows through you, a constant source of peace and balance. You head away from the water fairy, away from this lake. The fairy's calming energy remaining with you, a soothing presence resting by your side. You continue to follow the path, and you notice the air growing lighter and more fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and the sound of rustling leaves. The trees swaying gently in the breeze, their branches creating a canopy of dappled light, and the crystal in your hand continues to glow with its soft, ethereal light. As you continue to travel towards the air fairy, and you find yourself walking out into a meadow where the grass is soft and the flowers bloom in vibrant colours, and in the centre of the meadow you can see the air fairy, her wings shimmering in the light. She floats gracefully above the ground, her movements light and effortless, like a feather carried in the wind. Her hair is as light as a breeze. Her eyes sparkle with the clarity of the open sky. She moves with a grace that seems almost otherworldly, her every gesture filled with a sense of freedom and joy. Her presence exudes a sense of lightness and liberation, and you feel a deep connection to the airy energy that surrounds her. She tells you that she's the guardian of lightness and freedom, that she can help you to find the power of breath, the importance of staying light and free. And you step into the meadow, feeling the soft grass beneath your feet, the gentle breeze on your skin. She gestures for you to join her, and as you move, you feel a sense of lightness and freedom, your body becoming as weightless as the air around you. She guides you through a series of breathing exercises, where your out breaths are longer than your in breaths to help trigger deep relaxation and peace. Each exercise designed to help you connect with the power of your breath. She teaches you to breathe deeply and fully, to let go of tension and to embrace the lightness within you. With each breath, you find yourself feeling more connected to the airy energy of the meadow, your spirit becoming as light and free as the wind. She tells you in a soothing, soft voice that your breath is your connection to the world around you. Breathe deeply. Let each out-breath be long and relaxed, and you'll find lightness and freedom in every moment. And with a deep sense of gratitude and lightness, the freedom and clarity of the air flowing through you, bringing a feeling of lightness and joy, you leave the meadow, follow the path deeper into the island, the air growing cooler, more fragrant, with a rich, earthy scent, the smell of foliage, the crystal glowing soft and steady, guiding your path towards the earth fairy. And you find yourself heading out into a clearing, surrounded by the most ancient of trees, their trunks thick and gnarled, their roots digging deep into the ground. And in the centre of the clearing, you can see the earth fairy, her form sturdy and grounded, surrounded by a garden of lush plants and vibrant flowers, each one blooming with life and energy. And the earth fairy's hair is a cascade of leaves and flowers, her eyes sparkling with wisdom of ages. She seems to move with the most deliberate grace, every gesture a sense of stability and strength. She exudes a sense of grounding and connection, and you feel a deep connection to the earthy energy that surrounds her. She tells you that she's the earth fairy, the guardian of stability and grounding. She tells you that she can help you find strength and connection within yourself. You feel the solid earth beneath your feet and the cool, refreshing air on your skin. She gestures for you to join her, and as you move, you feel a sense of stability and grounding, your body becoming as rooted as the ancient trees around you. She guides you through a series of grounding exercises, each one designed to help you connect with the strength and stability of the earth. She teaches you to stand firm and tall, to let go of fear, to embrace the power within you. with each movement, you find yourself feeling more connected to the earthy energy, your spirit becoming stronger and more grounded. She tells you that you're always connected to the earth, that you can find strength and stability within yourself. You can face any challenges with confidence. Before you set off, you thank her for her wisdom and guidance. You feel a deep sense of gratitude and stability, the strength and grounding of the earth flowing through you, that constant source of stability and strength. And you begin to make your way back to the forest, the path seeming so clear, illuminated by the glow of the crystal. You find the journey back seems so effortless. You reflect on the wisdom and guidance that you've received from each fairy, the warmth and light of the fire fairy, the fluidity and calm of the water fairy, the lightness and freedom of the air fairy, and the stability and grounding of the earth fairy, all resonating and mixing within you, creating the most harmonious balance. You find your way back to that staircase from the forest to the library, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and peace. The crystal in your hand still glowing softly, casting its gentle light on the staircase as you begin to ascend, feeling a sense of calm and serenity. Feeling yourself almost wrapped in a cocoon of peace as you breathe slowly and steady and emerge into the library in perfect harmony with the books around you. You feel the warmth and light of the fire fairy, the fluidity and calm of the water fairy, the lightness and the freedom of the air fairy, and the stability and grounding of the earth fairy, all blending together within you with each step that you take through this experience. You appreciate the beauty and the tranquility of the library. Before finding your way back to that spiral staircase in the base of the tree, ascending that staircase so softly and gently, feeling lighter and more effortless with each step, getting back to the heart of the forest. And as you emerge in the forest, it feels even more magical. You rest for a time in a clearing, feeling the cool grass beneath you, the gentle breeze on your skin, holding that crystal still, offering its beacon of light and wisdom. The gentle hum of the forest and the murmur of the nearby river, the scent of blooming flowers, all lulling you gently into relaxation. You feel yourself developing newfound clarity and a new depth of harmony in your experience. You find the lessons from the elemental fairies merging, like stirring a pot, mixing them together, creating something greater than the sum of their parts. Eventually, leaving this area, finding your way back to your home. Relaxing down in the most comfortable bed, feeling the soft pillows, the warm blankets, just the right temperature to sleep. Taking a few deep, calming breaths, closing your eyes, and drifting gently and deeply asleep into slumberland. And in a peaceful little village, nestled gently between rolling hills and lush green meadows, there was a hidden treasure waiting to be discovered. And this treasure wasn't made of gold or jewels, but was made of memories and dreams. And it began in the strangest of ways, with an old motorbike, rusted with age, yet brimming with a sense of adventure. And attached to this motorbike was a sidecar painted a cheerful shade of red, its seat cushioned and so inviting. And one sunny afternoon, you find yourself in a quaint village, standing before this motorbike in its sidecar. The gentle hum of the breeze creeping its way through the leaves, the distant sound of birdsong filling the air. You climb on that motorbike. You sit your cat in the sidecar on that most comfortable soft cushion. You gently strap the cat in with its seat belt and begin to set off on the motorbike, its engine so gently purring to life. You begin to follow the winding path, the road taking you through fields of wildflowers, vibrant colours of those flowers swaying with the rhythm of the wind. You enjoy the warmth of the sun on your face, the cool breeze tickling your cheeks. You can see the fur of your cat flapping and moving in the breeze, the cat seeming to enjoy the journey with you. The gentle scent of blooming flowers tickling your nostrils and filling your senses, as the world around you seems to slow down, each moment seeming to stretch out, inviting you to savour the beauty of the journey. And as you continue to ride deeper and deeper into the countryside, you spy an old wooden sign pointing towards a forest, and the sign reads "Majestic Caves Ahead." And so you begin to journey towards the forest, curious about those caves, the trees arching overhead, the coolness of the shade, the change in the sound quality as you pass into the forest, passing through those arched trees, beginning to notice a deep sense of pine and earth. the rustle of leaves, just audible against the backdrop of the sound of your bike. The dappled sunlight tickling the ground as you venture further and deeper. Eventually discovering the entrance to those caves. And you park up the bike near the caves. You lift your cat out of the sidecar, unbuckling its seat belt, placing it in a pouch on your stomach, its paws resting gently as it looks and enjoys the journey with you. As you head into the caves, and the further from the entrance you get, the darker the caves turn, and yet you notice in the darkness a distant glowing, and as you continue walking, each echoey footstep reverberating around the cave walls, you notice the glowing and magical looking mushrooms erupting from the walls of the cave. You continue through the cool and still air of this cave. The occasional distant dripping sound of water, following the gentle luminescence of those mushrooms, letting them guide your way deeper and deeper into this cave. And inside this cave, you're surprised to discover a hidden world of wonder. The walls glistening with crystals reflecting the mushroom's glow, creating a kaleidoscope of colours dancing around you. And as you explore, you find a small, intricately carved box resting gently on a ledge. And you open that box to discover a pinhole camera, its brass frame polished and shiny. And with a sense of curiosity, you look into the camera and are surprised to see a portal shimmering with a soft, iridescent light. And you place the camera on the floor, and it seems to almost beam that portal before you. And with a deep breath, you step through the portal and discover yourself in a vast library filled with the most fantastical looking books. And each book promises to hold the heart of adventure. And you explore this library, and you find a book which deeply intrigues you. And so you open that book, And as you do, you find yourself drawn into the book, whisked away to a different land, where yourself and your cat are exploring lush forests, enchanted castles, and serene meadows. And as you stand there, you can see that you're holding the book with this fantastical land surrounding you. And as you close the book, so the land vanishes, and you find yourself stood in the library. And you continue exploring this library. You find a grand window, and you see the most incredible sight through that window. The moon gently, slowly, carefully drifting across the face of the sun, before creating a ring of fire, illuminating the sky. You feel a deep sense of awe and tranquility. Aware of the beauty and the mystery of the universe. And as the eclipse passes, so you continue exploring this library, holding on to that deep sense of peace and contentment. And then you leave the library, step back through that portal, finding yourself again in the caves, seeing that pinhole camera just sitting there on the floor. You pick up the camera, take that camera with you, head back to your motorbike, strap the cat back in its seat, and head back to the village. As you head back to the village, so the sun begins to set, the golden light adding a beautiful touch to the landscape, giving the landscape an ethereal feel. And back at the village, you wander through that village. You head into a small, inviting bookshop. Intrigued by the name of the bookshop, you head inside. Once inside, you can smell the scent of the old book, of the ancient wood, seeing the unevenly stacked and arranged books stretching from floor to ceiling in every room. Books of all types. And the shopkeeper, an elderly woman with twinkling eyes and the most beautiful, warm smile, greets you and beckons you to explore the shop. You take some time browsing the shelves. Your cat seemingly exploring the shelves with their eyes. You pull out one of the books. You open that book, and it seems to fall open on a page that's shimmering with a soft golden light. And this book you were drawn to seemed to be telling the tale of a hidden realm within the cave you just visited. A realm where time stands still and dreams come to life. Then as you continue to read, you feel yourself becoming more absorbed in the story again, the words seeming to paint a vivid image in your mind. So vivid you can almost hear the echo of your footsteps. You can almost sense that glow of the mushrooms. And you learn something deep and meaningful from this book. And after looking through that book, the shopkeeper hands you a small journal and tells you that this journal is for your adventures. And as you leave the bookshop, so you notice the sky is now inky and dark, and the village is bathed in the gentle glow of the moon. And you head back to an inn you've been staying at. And you settle down into your room at the inn. You begin to write in the journal about your day's experiences, while your cat curls up on the end of the bed, purring gently, writing with one hand, gently petting the cat with the other, finding the words flow so effortlessly, so easily as you write. And while writing, you feel yourself relaxing deeper and deeper with the moonlight gently creeping in through the window. The breeze through the window gently swaying the net curtains. The most comforting sensation of the cool breeze through that window, tickling your nostrils. The most beautiful ambience of nature wafting in through the window. And after you finish writing, you relax back and begin to drift into a dream. And as you dream, you feel a deep sense of peace and contentment, feeling a sense of finding yourself on some deep and meaningful level. And the next morning you awaken to the gentle chirping of birds outside. You enjoy breakfast at the inn, before heading out through the village, finding a hidden garden tucked away behind a wooden fence, the gate slightly ajar, and as you pass through the gate, you discover that sanctuary of lush greenery and vibrant flowers, like a tranquil oasis with winding paths and secluded nooks inviting you to explore. And in the centre of the garden is a grand oak tree, its branches stretching out in all directions, offering a natural canopy, a natural umbrella from the sun. And beneath the tree is a stone bench, and this bench looks deeply worn, like it's been there and sat on for hundreds of years. And sitting on that bench, you notice a young girl. She has a book resting in her lap. She introduces herself and tells you that her name's Leander. She shares stories of the garden, each tale filled with magic and mystery. You listen, captivated by her words. As she stands up and begins to walk, and you follow, and together wander through the garden, discovering hidden corners and secret paths. Your cat rolling around on the grass, wandering off at times on its own little missions before returning and checking you're still there. Leander leads you to a small, sparkling pond on the edge of the garden, with water so clear. At the right angle, it reflects the sky above like a mirror, and you gaze into the pond, and you can see the shimmering light beneath the surface. And Leander explains that it's a portal to another world. She asks if you'd like to see where it leads. With a sense of adventure, you feel that that would be an exciting thing to do. And she holds your hand and steps with you into the pond, and you can feel the coolness of the water. And your cat, not wanting to miss out, runs and jumps and latches onto your back and climbs up onto your shoulder, and then drops off your shoulder into the pouch in front of you. And together you wade deeper and deeper into the pond. The light of that portal glowing brighter and brighter as the world around you fades, and you feel yourself gently travelling through the portal, finding yourself standing before the most beautiful landscape. The sky a deep and endless blue, dotted with the occasional fluffy white clouds. Rolling hills undulating before you, covered in the most beautiful carpet of vibrant green grass and colourful wildflowers. And you head through this meadow, and you head towards some distant caves. And once reaching the caves, you head into them and have this sense like these caves resemble caves you've already been in, like maybe there's a connection between them. And there's a certain hum or resonance, the way the air passes down the cave, seeming to create the most beautiful note emanating from all around you. And deep in this cave you discover some intricate carvings telling the story of this land. And Leander explains that the caves contain great wisdom. They're a place where past and present meet, where those who seek knowledge and understanding come, and you take some time to marvel at the beauty and history etched into the stone. And deep in the cave, you discover a small alcove filled with ancient scrolls and books. And Leander carefully picks up a scroll and begins to read aloud in a language you don't recognize. And as she reads, you have this sense of mental images forming in your mind, as if the words are reverberating around the cave. And somehow making your mind see what the words are about, even though you don't understand the words themselves. And you start having these images and ideas in your mind of this land being ruled by benevolent beings who used to harness the power of the earth and sky to bring peace and prosperity to all. And although you don't understand the words, you start to feel a deep sense of connection to these stories, to this land, as if somehow the magic of the cave is wrapping around you, enveloping you. Filling you with a deep sense of wonder and tranquility. And as you listen, you start to realize that these stories aren't just tales of the past, but guides for the future, demonstrating the power of dreams and the importance of seeking wisdom and deep understanding. And eventually, Leander finishes reading, places the scroll back, and guides you back towards the portal, all the way back to that garden. And you leave the garden and head back out, continuing your journey around the village, continuing to explore the outer reaches of the village. And as evening sets in, so you head back once again to the inn. You write in your journal about your day, the cat resting gently on the bed, before your eyes get heavier and heavier, and so you close the journal, drift deeply and so peacefully asleep. And the next day, you awaken knowing you're only here for a few more days. You set off into the village outside, at the first light of dawn, a soft golden glow wrapping its way around the landscape. The scent of morning dew. Curious what today will bring, what adventures you might go on. And you head back off again on that motorbike, making good ground away from the village, allowing you to explore further afield. And you find yourself way off from the village, heading into the landscape, arriving at some forest, heading deep into the forest, and discovering some ancient ruins. And you park up the bike, and you go and explore those ruins. And while exploring the ruins, you hear a sound coming from in the forest around you. And a man walks out of the forest in your direction. A friendly, kind-hearted looking man with the most wonderful smile and deeply curious eyes. And he introduces himself as Dornan. He tells you that these ruins hold a deep secret. Deep under the ruins, if you can find the entrance, is a secret library. And he guides you through the ruins. He moves aside some ivy wrapped around and hanging down some of the stonework. He crouches down and squeezes through a small gap and beckons you to follow. And so you follow through that gap, and he lights a flame, touches that flame to something on the wall, and suddenly the flame seems to shoot around this area, lighting up torches which are lining the walls here, revealing the beauty of this secret library. And together you head around this library. You see the most incredible books and find in the centre of the library is a pedestal, and on that pedestal is one large book. And he tells you to rest your hand on the book. And as you do, you begin to feel a pulsing, and you hear a deep, guttural chanting. And the library seems to almost vibrate and pulse around you, almost as if it's your vision pulsing. And then the library disappears. And just that book on the pedestal remains in the middle of a vast meadow. You remove your hand from the book and begin to explore this meadow. And as you explore the meadow, you notice the sky here looks different to what you're used to. the stars don't match up with the stars in the sky you normally see. And you can smell the distant scent of freshly baked bread somehow wafting through this meadow. And you find yourself driven by your nose, exploring the meadow deeper and deeper. There are the scent of flowers, the sounds of wildlife, the twinkling of stars, and the scent of freshly baked bread. And as you walk and explore, you find over a small hill a man resting there, seeming so jolly, baking bread over an open fire. And he asks you if you'd like to join him, and you sit down on a log near the man. He hands you some torn off bread and then covers it in some butter and tells you this is the most luxurious bread and butter you've probably ever tasted. And together you enjoy eating that bread and butter, enjoying that rich taste. He then offers you a pastry he's made with the sweetest cinnamon scent. You enjoy this pastry and almost feel a sense that you don't want to leave here. But after a while, you know you have to head back. And so you head back through the meadow and find your way back to that pedestal. You rest your hand on the book. You hear the chanting. You notice the world around you vibrating before fading away and the library returning. And you find yourself stood there with Dornan just watching you. And Dornan asks if you're okay, says that you seem to zone out for just a moment, but that just a moment, from his perspective, was a long period of time of enjoying eating some bread and butter from your perspective. He guides you over to a book called The Solar Eclipse. He shows you the intricate patterns of shimmering light etched onto the cover. He tells you this book is magical and carefully opens the cover. And as he does, the room around you begins to fade as you feel yourself pulled into this story. And as the room fades, so you find yourself in a field watching the sun pass across the sky, gradually beginning to set. Most beautiful colours undulating and tickling the earth below. And you can see that there's an elderly man with an ornate bronze telescope and a group of people enthusiastically crowded around them. And each person in the group takes turns to look through that telescope. And as you approach with Dornan, The man notices you and tells you you've arrived just in time for a solar eclipse. The telescope is set up especially for being able to see solar eclipses safely. They ask if you'd like to see the solar eclipse in a way you've perhaps never seen one before. You share your excitement at this opportunity, and as you look through the telescope, so you see how incredible it looks up close, the shadow of the moon slowly eating away at the sun. The surface of the sun violently undulating and pulsing. And the man tells you his name is Orion. He tells you that when the eclipse happens, the veil between different worlds is thinnest, and so you can see this eclipse in the different worlds. Do you remember being in the other library and the eclipse seeming to happen through the window, and wonder whether they're all linked? He tells you it's at that moment where you have the best chance of accessing magic and possibility. And as the eclipse reaches its peak, the world turns into the most beautiful twilight, the air seeming to almost hum with energy. You start to feel such a deep sense of connection to the universe, a deep sense of infinite possibilities. Orion starts to tell you about stories of ancient trees and spirits that dwell within them. He gestures over to a majestic-looking old oak tree, its arms seeming to almost stretch out, encouraging and welcoming some kind of connection. He explains that this tree is a guardian of the portals, their gateways to other realms and other dimensions. He tells you that you've come here through a portal, and that through time, books have been made with wood from this tree, each book containing the portal through the form of a story, through the words written within the pages of these magical books. He says that you can approach the tree, run your fingers gently around the bark of the tree, and a portal can open up for you. Because the tree itself can generate portals. And so you head over to the tree, gently run your fingers over the bark of the tree, and you find a portal opening before you. You walk through that portal to a land of deep violets, glowing mushrooms, large crystalline structures, presenting a deep sense of wonder and mystery. Your cat perched up in front of you, looking on with deep curiosity. And you find glowing runes. And you pick up some of those runes, seeing the symbols contained on them, sharing a sense of peace and tranquility. The land around you seeming to almost hum with magic. You head back through the portal to share your experience. And Orion says that every time you pass through a portal, if there are no instructions, it could lead anywhere. He says that the journey of curiosity and discovery never really ends. There's always a new realm to explore. There's always new stories to uncover. And so you head back with Dornan. You leave this place. You ride the bike back to that inn and settle down once again, drifting and floating so peacefully asleep. And the next day, you're curious what you'll discover, what today will bring. You know that it's your last day here, before you and your cat head home. And each day has brought curious discoveries, and you explore the village, finding an old antique store containing magical items and artifacts, shelves full of glass jars with different powders in them, paintings on the walls, trinkets and knickknacks in drawers and on shelves, objects hanging from the ceiling, casting enchanting shadows on the walls as they sway and gently move. And as you look around, you find a curious, small, little brass item that really catches your attention. It's got some intricate patterns etched into it, and so you pick that up and take a closer look. And the owner of the shop says that it is an attachment for a pinhole camera, but the pinhole camera is obviously lost to time. And you wonder with curiosity as you take the camera you picked up a few days earlier out of your bag, and you ask where the attachment would go. And the shopkeeper takes the pinhole camera and the attachment, and almost like putting together some Lego, or perfectly fitting some Tetris blocks in place, they attach the attachment. and even they feel a sense of shock and surprise. Discovering the attachment seems to have come from this camera. Now both must have got lost many years earlier and separated from each other, the camera remaining lost somewhere, and this attachment finding its way to the shop. And he says that the attachment means that the pinhole camera can now do more than capture images. If you place a crystal within the camera, a specific type of crystal, it will capture moments and memories, almost holographically contained within the crystal. And then these crystals can be used to project a portal to different times and places. And with curiosity, you say you want to try this out. And they guide you to a quiet spot outside the shop. You carefully point the camera at the village square, intending to capture the charming scene and all its morning glory. They hand you a small crystal. You place it in the camera. You reveal the pinhole of the camera. And after a little while, you cover it over again. And then you feel a strange sensation. And you remove the crystal and place it into a place in the center of the camera, and then uncover the hole in the front. Then the world around you begins to shift and blur again, and you find that you're standing in the village square, except now the light is different, softer, the colours more vibrant. There's a strange sense of magic in the air. You find that the land around you has changed. Somehow this is like the village that always was, only it seems different. It's like a moment in time that you can wander around and explore, that seems to loop just a very short moment, about the time it takes for a bird to be flapping its wings. And so the birds seem to be flying on the spot. And you walk around and explore the village like this. And it's like exploring the village, except that everything is looped and exactly the same moment in time is happening over and over again, and everything in the village seems as real life, except this is just a hologram. And you can walk around, and you can even interact with what's in this image. And then you head back to the camera, lift the lid, twist the crystal, and the image disappears, and you wonder what it's like for those outside of the experience. What do they see and experience themselves? And after your experience, you head off and take a few more of these curious photos before heading back to the inn knowing tonight's your last night, and you have the most hearty, most delicious meal and conversation. You relax in the inn by the log fire. You read a good book before heading up to bed. You write in that journal while the cat rests on the bed. And then you rest back on the bed yourself. The cat climbs onto your lap, snuggles up on your stomach as you're laid back on the bed. And you gently stroke that cat as it purrs on your lap. Before drifting and floating asleep, knowing you're heading home in the morning, and you've got your journal of curiosities, of the strange experience you've had in your time here in this village. And you wonder whether it'll shape your dreams, and how it will shape your future, and how you approach the future. And you drift and float asleep, so deeply, so comfortably asleep, into slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself playing a game of cards against a wizard wearing a fitted purple jacket. And you're playing this game of cards in a tavern with a crackling, large, open fireplace. The sounds around you of people drinking, laughing, having a good time. And yet you're all absorbed in this game against this wizard. And as you continue playing this game of cards against the wizard in the purple jacket, you feel you're approaching being likely to win. But just before the game can end, a fairy flies in the window from outside, flying in through a tiny crack opening in that window, and comes straight over to you and the wizard. And this fairy hovers near you, its wings twinkling, sparkling, like a sparkler emanating from its back, a humming sound from those rapidly vibrating wings, bobbing slightly up and down in the air. And this fairy says that your help is needed, that a legendary dragon has awoken in the land, and everyone is becoming scared. No one has seen or faced a dragon for centuries. And so the wizard looks up and smiles, and says you'll have to finish this game some other time. They hand you their purple jacket and tell you this'll give you some magical protection and abilities. Just look after it so you can return it when you come back to finish your card game. You thank them, and you follow the fairy, who now heads to the door with you from the tavern. You leave the door of the tavern, heading out to the cobbled streets, leaving the sounds of those people in the tavern behind. heading out into the night time of this fantasy land, in this fantasy town. Being aware of the slightly cool air and the way you can breathe that air in and out and feel it passing through your nostrils. And the fairy is still rapidly talking to you, telling you where you need to go, the directions you must take. And she hands you a map, which starts off small as she's handing it to you and becomes larger when you take it. And then she flies off, leaving you alone with that map. And you see that on the map is a route plotted already, heading from this town, following the main road out of town, which heads around and along the edge of a river, through countryside, past the fields, into the woodland. And you know it's important that you make good stride on your journey. And so you set off straight away, walking away from the town, seeing the lights of that town behind you, leaving the sounds of the town behind you, just hearing the occasional night sound of birds and crickets, the glow of the moon in the sky, the way the illuminated clouds gently drift through the sky, occasionally passing over the moon. The silence which seems to set into the world around you, just the sounds of your footsteps as you move from cobbles to a stony, more gravelly path. And then from there, the further you get from the town, you find you're walking on a path made of more compacted mud. And you continue along this path through the countryside. And with night time continuing on, the moon continuing passing across the sky, you can smell the scent of lavender fields, the scent of other flowers as you go. Unsure exactly what your quest will entail when you find this dragon. But you obviously are trusted to just know what to do. And so you continue on, reaching the edge of the wood and passing into the wood where the darkness deepens. The occasional silvery shard of light breaking through the canopy overhead, dancing before you in the gentle breeze. An increase in silence and stillness, with just that faint rustling of the leaves. And you continue walking deeper and deeper through this woodland. And when you feel that you've walked for quite some time, and there's probably only 4 or 5 hours before the morning, you settle down briefly to have a rest. You make a small camp and drift peacefully asleep. and you sleep for just 4 or 5 hours until you begin to hear the morning birds and notice the glow of daylight shining around you, and you exit your camp, continue your journey, walking deeper and deeper into the woodland. And after some time walking deeper into the woodland, you see a small cabin, and you decide to approach the cabin, see if you can grab some supplies to continue your journey. You knock on the door of the cabin, and a fox-like creature answers the door. They invite you in. They ask you if you'd like to take a seat. And you sit down and they offer you a drink. They ask you if you'd like any food. You have something to eat, something to drink. You explain your quest. You explain that you'd quite like to try and have some supplies, if they've got any, that you can take with you. And so they hand you some drink to take with you, some food they prepare to take with you. You talk with them about how you've never seen them around these parts before, and they explain that they're a multi-dimensional being. They take on many forms, and ordinarily they travel around, but they've stopped for a little while in this area. They felt that there was a reason for doing so. They never really know what the reasons are, they just suddenly get this feeling they need to stop and stay in one place for a little while. And so they do, and then when they feel it's time to move on, they move on. And so they stopped here, and then you came along, and they know why they stayed. And when they stopped here, the cabin was just a derelict cabin, used long ago. And so while here, they did the cabin up, made it all nice. Somewhere nice and pleasant to stay for a while. And you begin to think about moving on and where you'll go next. You've got your map, and so you look at the map and you can see the journey. And you can see how far you've come, and you see you've got so far to go. And this multi-dimensional being tells you that it can be a long journey there, but they can give you something that can make the journey back much quicker. And then they guide you through to a small room off the main area of the cabin. They dig around in a dusty box, and they take out what looks like a seal, and they break it in half, and they place half down on the floor in this old little room, and they twist it, and then slap it, and then hand you the other half, and they tell you this is like a portable portal. If you place this down, when you're ready to return, you can put it on the ground, twist it, slap it like I did then, and it will create a connection with this half placed here. almost like a wormhole between the two spots, and a portal will open, and you can step through the portal and you'll find yourself right back here in an instant. And so you'll only have to journey back from here to your town. And so you place the seal in your bag. You place the supplies you've been given into your bag. You thank them for their kindness and help before leaving the cabin and setting off, continuing your journey. And as you continue your journey, so you walk through the woods before passing out the other side of the woods and finding yourself back into rolling hills and open countryside. You roam over those rolling hills, admiring the sky above, the way the clouds move so gently, birds circling up high. And so you continue walking through this countryside, enjoying the sense of the world around you, occasionally getting the map out, double checking you're still on track, following what's barely a path now over the rolling hills, heading far, far away from where you started. As the next night sets in, and you're still out in open countryside, and you can notice as the light dims, fireflies hovering and darting above the flowers and grasses. You set up a camp and a small campfire, and listening to the gently crackling campfire and admiring the stars overhead, the way they twinkle and blanket the sky like a million diamonds just hanging above you. You lie back watching the sky, feeling the cool breeze, and begin to drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep. And as you drift peacefully asleep, you begin to hear the sound of a drum being beat. And as that beating drum continues, you start to see something in your mind's eye, a world forming around you, as if you're lying down in tall grass and hearing the beating drums get louder. You sit up in the tall grass and look around you and find that you're in the middle of the ruins of what seems like a sanctuary, some ancient place, and sitting on an ancient rock in the middle of this space, surrounded by flowing water, appears to be the most peaceful person you've ever seen. And so you stand up and gently walk over towards them. And as you approach, they gently gaze up in your direction. They tell you that they're your guardian angel, that they're taking on this physical form in your dream to introduce themselves to make you aware you've got a guardian angel who watches over you. And they tell you that you're unsure of exactly what the mission is you're on. You're unsure whether it's safe or dangerous, just that you seem to have been chosen. And you have magic with that purple jacket. But the only real magic you'll need is the magic of peace and calm. That they're there to let you know your journey will be safe. And when you reach your destination and you encounter the dragon, you'll know what to do. And all will be well. And they ask you to follow them, and so you follow them, walking alongside the flowing water. And as you walk, the flowing water gets wider and wider, until you arrive at a lake where the water is so wide it's gone still, and you can see the sky reflected in the water so perfectly. And then they tell you to come to the edge of the water. You walk to the edge. They tell you to take one step towards the water, and they have an arm around you gently, and they take a step with you, and you feel like they're pushing you as if to fall in the water. But as you both step forward, you rotate. You pass through the water without getting wet, while taking one step, and find yourself stood with the surface of the water behind your back, as if it's an upright mirror. And you find yourself in a room surrounded by mirrors. And technically you're inside the lake, but you're not wet and you're not in water. And the surface of the lake is behind you. And they say that this is a mirror room. As you look around at the mirrors, seeing your image reflected in all the mirrors, they tell you this room is a place where it's hard to escape yourself. It's the kind of room where you can come to find yourself, where you're confronted with yourself until you understand your true self and what's within. And they walk you around this mirror room, and you notice each mirror is very slightly deformed from each other mirror. Some mirrors slightly more concave, some mirrors slightly more convex, some mirrors warped in slightly different patterns. Each mirror presenting a slightly different version of you back to you. And yet you know it's you in each reflection. And they walk you around this mirror room. They tell you, on some level, you're going to learn what all of this means. And after a while of walking round, suddenly you get a feeling like things make sense. on some level. And with that feeling, they walk you back to where you started. And with a little bit of a push, they guide you back through the mirror. And you pass through the mirror, seemingly swinging round and stepping on the bank with the water behind you on the ground, just as it should be, and you dry standing on the bank with the guardian angel. And they tell you need to be aware of what you learned in that mirror room. It'll help you on your journey. And with that, they guide you off, and you head off away from them, finding that as you walk away and the drums begin to play, so you begin to drift deeper and deeper asleep. And after a while of sleeping, you awaken to the morning, to the sounds of the morning, the warmth of the morning in this meadow, and you continue your journey, filled with a sense of peace and hope and curiosity about what you'll discover and what this dragon's like. And you continue walking with just yourself for company, enjoying your own company. And after a while, the landscape begins to change again. The gently undulating hills now give way to a vast valley, the sides of the hills growing steeper and steeper as you walk. And so you continue into this valley, the sounds taking on a slightly echoey sound. And you walk through the valley, looking at the map from time to time to see where you are and how far you've got to go. And you can see on the map where this valley is. And having a map helps you relax, because it means you always know where you are in relation to other areas and how far you've got to go. So even when your own senses tell you that you don't know how far you've come, how far you've got to go, or exactly where you are, you can just look at the map and feel comfortable. And so you walk through this valley, and you can see that the point you have to reach is just beyond the valley. And you pass through that valley, heading out the other side, following a gentle stream that started in the hills of the valley and headed down at this point towards the centre of the valley, and then veered off away from the valley. And so you follow that stream, the trickling sound of the water, and you can see in the distance what looks like some kind of an ancient building. And as you eventually approach that ancient building, you find that it looks like a pyramid that had perhaps stood there for thousands of years, partially collapsed, worn and weathered. And you see an entrance into the pyramid. You head into that entrance, feeling the atmosphere change, a stillness set in, and inside the pyramid, strangely, it seems like an unusual different land, almost like the pyramid is a world of its own, and the inside doesn't look like a pyramid. It looks like it could be any other land. And you hear a deep rumbling growl coming from somewhere overhead, and then see the most beautiful, ethereal looking dragon fly past, with wings that seem to almost be like loose feathers flying in the sky. And shimmering is coming from those feathers, with iridescent hues coating the dragon seeming to change colour as it flies, as the light catches the surface of the dragon. And the dragon, spying you, heads down, and with a massive thud and a rumble of the ground, it lands in front of you, and with a deep, growling voice, it asks who you are, what you're doing here, and where they came from. The last they remember, they were drifting asleep, and now they're awake again. And you explain you don't know where they came from, but people are scared at their return. People haven't encountered dragons for hundreds and hundreds of years. And they explain there's nothing to be scared of, but they're also trapped in this pyramid. They're trapped in this land, and they can't fit through the doorway you took to get in here, so they can't escape. And you don't know exactly what your role was. You ask if they know anything about their history, where they're supposed to be, and they explain that they come from a land of dragons, but they were trapped here in this land, and they became a thing of worship. And then they were put to sleep, the idea being that once it was figured out how to return them, they would be awoken so that they could be sent back to their own land. They're now awoken, and no one is here to return them to their own time, to their own place. And you say you're wearing a wizard's jacket, and perhaps you can perform some kind of magic, and you learn a bit more about them. And you're curious, because if they were supposed to sleep until they could be returned, perhaps the fact that no one's here to return them is because you have arrived here, and maybe you can return them. And you look around in this pyramid, which still just looks like a normal land, except that they definitely feel trapped in this exact location. And you see a potter's wheel that's rickety and weathered and old. And you have this feeling like perhaps you're supposed to use that. You see some crystals on the ground, and you cast a magic spell over those crystals, and they begin to glow and pulsate with purple light. You notice there are spaces for them in the potter's wheel if you can just fix the wheel up. And so you fix that wheel up. And you begin to turn the potter's wheel. And the crystals begin to turn, imbued with your magic. And a glow begins to emanate and pulse and become stronger. And as it emanates, pulses and becomes stronger, so it seems to be filling this space, the purple light expanding, growing. The crystals almost singing a lullaby as they spin. And as they spin faster and faster, so you can feel the magic growing and spreading from within you. You start to make sense on a more conscious level of your time in that mirror room, how there were multiple versions of you and you knew each one was you. And with this, you notice that this purple light seems to have some form of ability to show up the inside of the pyramid. And on each panel of the pyramid seems to be a different image of the dragon. As the dragon flies around, its image reflected in all the mirrors. And just like in that mirror room, each image is slightly different. And you realize they need to just fly through the correct one. That these mirrors can be passed through. Each one is like a different universe. And they instinctively recognize which one to pass through, in the same way that you were helped in that mirror room to pass into the room and back from the room via one very specific mirror. And the dragon flies towards one of the mirrors as you continue spinning that potter's wheel faster and faster. And you watch as the dragon passes through a mirror, and just as it's passed fully through, the mirrors shatter. The potter's wheel stops generating purple light. The crystals suddenly splinter, and silence sets into the pyramid, and a darkness sets in. And it's almost like the inside of the pyramid. It's like the inside of a pyramid, long forgotten. As if it had come alive just while the dragon was here. And now it's as it would be for an unoccupied pyramid that hasn't been occupied for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And you leave the pyramid. You think about your journey home. You take out that seal from your bag, place it on the floor, twist it, slap it, and an electric blue portal opens up before you, like an orb in space. You step through that portal, and you find yourself in that room, in that cabin. You walk out of the room and notice the cabin is derelict. It looks like no one's lived there for years. The portal closes behind you. You walk through the derelict cabin. You begin finding your journey home from that cabin, curious why it's derelict, when someone was there not that long ago. And as you walk back towards the village, back towards the town you came from, you encounter that fairy, and you've still got the map, and you hand them back the map, and they greet you and clearly know you and recognize you, and they thank you for what you've achieved. And you say that you've had a few strange experiences. You explain about the cabin that looked occupied and now looks derelict. And they tell you you met who you needed to meet, and the world around you was created for you as you needed to see it, for you to understand what you needed to do, and for you to understand how to make it there and back again. And for now, you can let go of the experience. You freed the dragon, sent it back to its own land. And you head back through the town back to the tavern, where you see that wizard sat at that table near the fireplace. They greet you and ask for their jacket back. You return their jacket. They ask you to continue playing the game, and so you continue playing the card game and they get you a drink. And you enjoy that card game for a while. Sometimes you winning, sometimes they win. And then at the end of the night, when it's very, very late, they bid you good night. You head back home. And you look forward to settling down in bed. And you're greeted at home by your cat, who weaves their way around your legs. And they come to bed with you. They relax on the end of the bed as you settle down and drift so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland, thinking about the journey you've just been on and what it could all mean, drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed, asleep. I'm just going to tell this story about a woman who is resting at home one day, and she notices out of the window, while it's raining, that she's listening to the gentle pitter-patter of the raindrops on the window, that the sky has an unusual hue to it, There are areas of sunlight and areas of cloud, and while gazing out of the window, admiring the curious atmosphere, admiring the textures of the clouds, and the contrast between the dark sky and the sunlight. She notices the most incredible, vivid rainbow forming in the sky, and she watches for a while and realizes the rainbow doesn't seem to be fading. Minutes turn into hours, and that rainbow still seems to just be hanging there in the sky. And so she gets wrapped up and dressed up, ready to go out in the rain. She heads out into the rain, raising the hood on her raincoat. The sound of that rain reverberating around her ears as it strikes the coat and the hood of the coat. The sensation of each raindrop hitting the coat. And some of the spray from the rain catching her face. And the weather is the most comfortable temperature. As she's wrapped up, it's not too warm and not too cool. And nobody else seems to be out, perhaps all tucking away out of the rain. And she walks in the direction of the rainbow. And she's going in search of the legendary pot of gold that she hopes to find, where the rainbow touches the ground. And she doesn't know whether the pot of gold is at the left side of the rainbow or the right side of the rainbow. But she feels that the right side is probably correct because it's right. And that's where she decides to check. And so she heads in the direction of the right side of the rainbow, keeping an eye on that giant, vivid arch of colour stretching overhead. Curious at how that rainbow is lasting so long as she walks. And as the rain continues, and the sun shines through the rain, casting that ethereal rainbow in the sky, she continues journeying towards where the right side of the rainbow touches the ground. And she heads through a town, heads out into countryside, and she can see that rainbow still way off in the distance. She continues following that rainbow, curious how it's staying where it is, heading deeper and deeper into countryside, noticing how the countryside seems to strangely be shifting and changing as she walks, as if reality is shifting and changing. And yet, the one constant is that rainbow. She occasionally hears the sounds of birds, singing in bushes and trees, but is surprised at the stillness of the environment with just the sound of the rain, only occasionally being punctuated by other sounds. She reaches grounds of an ancient monastery that seems so still, and the stonework of this ancient monastery casts the most incredible contrast to the nature, the greens of the grasses and the trees around. She cuts through that monastery, curious what it was like in the past long before it became ruins. She heads out the other side of the monastery, continuing to head towards that rainbow, which has now hung in the sky for many hours. It's almost as if time is caught in a loop, not proceeding forward, but still playing, like just a loop of rain in a moment. And she continues on through the countryside. The feeling of walking through fields where the ground is slightly spongy, the smell of the air in the countryside, cleaned by the rain, a certain freshness to that air. As the landscape continues to subtly change as she walks, in a way that's barely noticeable, and just retrospectively she realizes how different the landscape is becoming. She finds herself walking into long grass, taller than she is, with wide shards of grass, almost rattling in the breeze. As she walks through that grass, keeping an eye on the sky, on that rainbow as she walks. And she notices the rainbow getting wider and wider, and knows that she's nearing the base of the rainbow. And she hopes that she'll find the gold that she seeks. And eventually she reaches the foot of the rainbow. She can see it arching high overhead, its colours so vivid against the darkness of the rain clouds. But at the foot of the rainbow, instead of finding gold, she notices that there's what looks almost like a blue portal with a slight whirring sound. as if this rainbow is beaming out of that portal. She wonders whether there is the same at the other side of the rainbow. And this portal takes on the shape of an orb, and she pokes a stick into the portal, takes that stick out and decides to walk through the portal. And as she walks through the portal, so she comes out in a continuation of that long grass. But the environment is incredibly warm. A very different environment to the one she just came from. It seems much drier, and as she looks behind her, she can see the portal, but not the rainbow. And as she looks behind her, she notices the entire environment is very different. And she continues walking through this long grass, curious where she is. And as she walks through this long grass, so she starts to hear the faint, distant sound of flowing water. And she heads towards that sound of flowing water. And as she nears the sound, so it becomes louder and louder, and she can begin to smell the scent of the fresh water flowing. And as she gets closer and closer to the water, so the grass thins out, and she finds herself on the bank of a wide river. And she carefully follows that wide river, curious where it'll take her. And along the riverbank, she sees a very unusual sight. Something large seems to be in a deck chair with a parasol above their head. And she gets closer and closer and realizes that it's a manatee, seemingly resting on its back, enjoying the weather, shielding itself from the sun with the parasol. And as she approaches, she slows down and engages in conversation with this manatee. And while talking with the manatee, she can hear the water trickling alongside, the sound of the rustling grass, the sight of the occasional butterfly flitting in and out of that grass. And as she talks with that manatee, she asks where here is. And the manatee tells her that she's in a land of elephant grass. And she asks what the elephant grass is. And the manatee says that elephant grass is all that tall grass that surrounds us, that's as far as the eye can see. And it's called elephant grass because if it ever rains heavily for 40 days and 40 nights, the grass flowers. And then following the flowering, an elephant is born at the base of the bits of grass, and the land becomes overrun by elephants, and the grass seems to disappear, and the landscape for a time is barren. And then the elephants disperse in search of food, travelling off in different directions to different lands, eating the remains of the grass before they go. And this manatee explains that sometimes it's been known to go wrong, that a strange kind of rain happens, and something very different occurs. That there was one year where it was raining incredibly heavy, but it was also very windy. And the wind and the rain mixed. The fronds of grass intertwined with each other. The river that weaves its way through this elephant grass overflowed, and this river contains elements from the distant mountains, which mixed with the soil. And as the rain subsided, and the river settled down, out from the ground erupted tens of millions of chickens, running around, noisily pecking at all the seeds, pecking at the remnants of the grass, chickens as far as the eye could see. And the woman engages further with this manatee, not once thinking that actually it's a strange experience to find a manatee lying back on a deck chair with a parasol overhead, who can also talk. Something about the experience just felt natural. And she sets off from that manatee, having asked for directions on where she should perhaps go next. The manatee had said about the mountains, and so she thought perhaps she'll head towards those mountains, and was curious what these elements were, which wash down the river from the mountains. And so she follows the river up towards those mountains. And while walking towards those mountains, she notices a white pelican standing in the water, so patiently waiting, staring into the water. She calls out to that white pelican and asks them the direction, if she's going the right way to the mountains. And the pelican tells her that she is, that she can head this direction past the lost city, where eventually she'll find a garden. And in that garden, she'll find the path into the mountains. And she leaves that pelican, continues following this river, until she thinks she can see the faintest hint of the peaks of the mountains on the horizon, and she continues to walk, and the elephant grass gives way, first to shrubs, and then to small trees, and then to woodland. And she heads into that woodland. And while walking through the woodland, she decides to stop, to take a break, to rest for a little while. And as she rests, so a little fairy seems to fly from the water's edge, curiously investigating her, asking her about who she is, where she's from, where she's going. And she explains. And the fairy says that the journey is going to get very difficult as you begin to ascend the mountain. But hidden within the mountains are multi-dimensional beings called the Hugs. And the Hugs can't be seen, only felt. And they're incredibly friendly. Their aim is to help, to bring hope, to bring comfort. And you'll encounter them, but you may not even realize you've encountered them unless you need them. The fairy said there are little Hugs that are very small, would probably only come up to your knee. And then there are big Hugs that are about twice your size. And the fairy explained that you can't see the Hugs, these multi-dimensional beings. But if you could, you'd notice that they're almost like just balls of fur and fluff, with the friendliest of eyes and faces, and the warmest of cuddles. And they communicate through touch. And so they come up, and they give you a hug, to help motivate, to help you feel safe and secure, to help you feel supported, to help you better continue your journey. And whenever you need a hug, they will be there. Sometimes you might need a little hug. Other times you might need a big hug. But they'll be there when you need them. And then the fairy flits off and seems to rest down on a lily pad in the middle of the river, before jumping in the air, landing in the middle of that lily pad and seeming to disappear. And the woman rests for a little while before continuing on her journey, and she encounters the lost city, so she knows she's heading in the right direction. And the lost city appears to just be rocks and ruins. And she climbs some areas she's sure used to be walls, and weaves through other areas she thinks may have been doors, and follows other areas that look like they were probably paths. maybe even roads. She feels that she can almost hear the sounds of what this metropolis used to be like. The chinking of blacksmiths working with metal, the clopping of horses, the murmur of people selling to each other in markets, enjoying each other's company. The vibrant nature of this place when it once existed, and having a curiosity about how it all came to an end with time. Maybe the people from here just gradually moved on and went their own separate ways, as she now continues on her separate way through this lost city, back into the woodland, hearing the rustling of the leaves overhead as the wind blows a breeze, pushing past branches, feeling the bark of the trunks of trees as she weaves around them. Watching the shards of light breaking through the canopy and dancing ahead. In the dust of the woodland, glittering, sparkling, almost twinkling like fairy dust. And gradually working towards a clearing the other side of the woodland, where she finds an unusual sight, a traditional well-kept garden, seemingly at the base of the mountains. And she walks up to the gate to the garden. Peers over the gate to see who may or may not be in this garden, trying to work out who this garden belongs to. It's well maintained, so someone must be here at some point. And then carefully unbolting the gate, walking through the gate, with a creak and a click, closing the gate behind her, smelling the most beautiful scent of the flowers, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, and then seeing the most friendly looking cat lying in the sun in the garden. And as she gently, slowly, carefully approaches that cat, so the cat flops onto its side, gives a little meow, and she reaches out and scratches its belly gently, rubs its fur, rubs just under the cat's leg, and the cat rolls onto its back, and she spends some time with that cat, curious who owns this garden, and notices while she's engaging with the cat that the sun is setting behind the mountains, and it wouldn't be sensible to climb the mountains in the dark. And so she wonders if it would be okay to set up a camp in this garden. And so she makes a makeshift camp in the garden from bits she's acquired on her journey. The cat comes and sits down near her, and as the garden begins to darken, as that sun continues to set, she notices fireflies flying around in the garden, most beautiful dots of light, flitting from place to place, sometimes hovering in a location. And then she notices in the darkness somebody approaching holding a light. And as they carry that light, its flame gently flickering so calmly and beautifully, she's curious who this is. And they're a short, elven creature with smooth skin, gently pointed ears, the softest hair, and the kindest eyes. And they engage with the woman about how she's found this garden. She's met their cat. She's obviously demonstrated she's kind and friendly. And so in the morning, they'll show her the route up the mountain, because it isn't what she would expect, and says for now settle down and sleep. And then they turn and walk away, and the woman settles down. She watches the night's sky, the stars in the sky, the colours of the sky, and drifts peacefully asleep. And the next morning, she wakes to the cat padding on her arm, feeling so calm and comfortable. She walks across the garden, curious about the previous evening's encounter. And that elven person appears again, guides her to the sundial in the middle of the garden, twists the top of the sundial, and with a click, they then tilt the sundial, revealing some steps, and they say, descend those steps, and it'll take you to the path to ascend this mountain. And so they descend the steps. They light a torch as they go. You can hear the occasional drip of water down here. And they walk along a tunnel under this garden, and then find some steps before them. They begin to ascend these steps, and the steps get wider and wider, and the roof above the steps gets higher and higher, until the roof is so high the light from the torch no longer reaches it. And they ascend and they ascend and they ascend, encountering glowing moss, streams of glowing fibres around the walls, helping to light this space. They reach a point where they begin to struggle with the constant ascent, and then feel a sense of being hugged and filled with strength and motivation, kindness and support, and encouragement to keep going. They continue a while longer before stopping to take a break, and then continuing again some more. And after they feel like they've been ascending for hours, they start to think to themselves they can't go on, they can't keep pushing themselves like this. They don't know how much further they have to go. And then they feel a big hug. And they continue on after eating and having that rest, until eventually finding themselves at an oak door with ornate carvings. And they open that door and realize they're in a room looking out from the top of the mountains, carved into the mountains with windows. And in this room, they see multiple elements, different powders, seeming to be worn directly from the rocks. And carefully feeding in to the trickle of water from up here, and watching as that water trickles across a thin path in the floor of this room, before beginning to trickle down the side of the mountain. Those elements merging, mixing, being like the lifeblood of the entire landscape below. And from here they can hear the blustery wind outside. They can see way off into the distance, way off back to where they started. They see the faintest hue of blue of that portal way off in the distance, so vivid and vibrant. From here it just looks like a pinprick of light, and yet it's still visible. And they look around this space, finding this room seems empty, but it seems purposeful. It has windows. It's designed as a room. Elements seem to be just wearing off the walls and carefully flowing and mixing with the water. And then they see from the corner of a room a small owl hopping along the ground and then walking towards them, greeting them, introducing themselves. explaining that they're the wise one of this land. Everything works here like clockwork. Everything has a purpose. The mountain grows. The elements wear down. Those worn elements pass into the water. The water flows down the mountain and feeds the valley below. And life forms all round. And as that water evaporates in the distance, the wind blows the water towards the mountains again, where it rains down on the growing mountains, evaporates more of the elements, and the cycle continues. And as the wise one, they're responsible for making sure that this continues day after day, with no break in the cycle. There's some variation in the cycle. Sometimes some elements mix more than others. Sometimes it rains more than other times and for longer than other times. And this creates a certain level of uncertainty and change. And they ask the woman what led her to be here, and she explains she came in search of gold, but found this place instead, finding a portal where the gold would normally be. And they say to the woman, "You struck gold. Very few people have ever made it here. It's very rare for anyone to find the base of a rainbow, and that the bases of rainbows are portals between lands, each base leading to different lands. And the portal is different depending on the rainbow and the quality of the rainbow, leading to different lands, different dimensions." And they explain to the woman that she needs to head back and find her way back, that they can share some knowledge with her, make this trip meaningful. But she needs to head back before the rainbow dissolves and the portal fades. And they hand her an enormous kite and what resembles a kind of surfboard mixed with a wing. And they tell her to get back. The quickest way is to kite surf the wind, the updrafts of warm air, following the descending cold air, recognizing patterns in the sky to navigate your way back. They tell her to hold on to the kite, holding on to two separate strings that will allow her to direct the kite left, right, help her to raise up, lower down, and to be on that windsurfing board. And with a sense of uncertainty, She heads out of this room onto a ledge here at the top of this mountain. She then feels a big hug giving her a hug and feels comfortable. And the owl says, "You can trust us. You can trust yourself. This is no storm in a teacup. You can ride this back to where you came." And she pulls on the cords, lurching the kite forward, which launches in the air, jumps onto the board, locking one foot on the front, and sets off, waved off by the owl, and begins surfing the wind back to where she came, surfing above the mountain, above the garden, above the woodland, weaving and following that river back in the direction she came from. Sky surfing all the way back, noticing way down there that manatee still choosing to rest on a deck chair under a parasol, and lowering herself down and weaving, landing among the elephant grass, skidding along near to the portal that she's aiming for. And she passes through that portal, finding herself back where she started, in a more familiar land. The tall elephant grass here, fading as the portal fades, where it had bled out through the portal into the land around. Seeing behind her the rainbow fading, the portals closing, the clouds clearing, the rain stopping, as she found her way back home, and as the sun increased in temperature, now there were no clouds or rain, she took off the raincoat and carried it with her. As she walked back towards her home, and as she arrived home and went to get the key out of her pocket to open the door, she finds a tiny little carved statue of an owl, inscribed on the base, saying something to remember your journey by. She opens the door and goes in to her house. She makes herself a drink and settles down for a while, reflecting on the journey she's had. And as night falls, she heads to bed, still in her mind, running over the experience, curious how the portals form, why others haven't discovered them before, why she's never heard of them before, wondering whether she'll ever get to leave this land and maybe visit other lands in the future, knowing if there's another rainbow, she's definitely going to go searching for the end of the rainbow. And she settles down and begins to drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And in this bedtime story, you find yourself travelling along an English canal in a narrow boat. And your boat is travelling along very slowly. You're carefully manoeuvring this boat along the canal, enjoying the leisurely journey through the waterway. The sun gently setting in the background, casting the most beautiful glow across the water and the landscape as you gaze out over the flat meadows and fields, pocketed with the occasional patch of woodland. That golden light, bringing a deep sense of peace and calm. The sound of the motor of the narrowboat chugging away gently as you hold the rudder, steering, making small changes to keep that boat on track. The slight sloshing sound of the wake as it reaches the bank of the canal. Perhaps noticing the sound of ducks some distance down the canal taking off, sound of their wings flapping as they build up speed and run on the surface of the water, while the pumping of their wings cause them to call out and verbalize their experience. Maybe even noticing the occasional person walking a dog on the bank of the canal, perhaps seeing the excited face of the dog, its tongue hanging out, panting, its tail wagging, maybe occasionally chasing after a bull. Perhaps seeing a dog that jumps in the canal water, paddles around for a bit before swimming back to the shore, planting its feet just right, and shaking itself dry, its fine mist created, forming a soft rainbow through that mist as the low sunlight shines across the landscape. Finding this life on a narrowboat to be so relaxing, like really slowing down time, allowing your mind the time to wander and drift and dream. That golden light shimmering as it bounces along the water's surface. The early evening birds announcing their arrival as you continue along in search of a place to moor up for the night. And after some time, beyond the sunset, when the heavens are dappled with twinkling stars, like diamonds hanging in the night sky from ethereal threads, each one twinkling ever so slightly, dancing ever so gently, like a celestial mobile above your head. You see a place to moor up. You slow down from the already slow speed cutting the engine and gliding gently into the mooring, throwing the rope onto the dock as the boat comes to a halt, tying the boat to its home for the night, appreciating the silence. Now the engine's turned off, where you can hear the gentle sloshing of the water against the side of the boat, so gently, such calm water. You can breathe in and feel the freshness to the air, a certain calm stillness, and the scent of nature, and the delicate watery fragrance of the canal as you head into your narrowboat. Turn on a light, descending those steps, hearing on the sides of the boat that wrapping of the gentle water, almost lulling you to want to sleep before you're ready. As you cook yourself up some food and then sit down on the most comfortable sofa you've got within this narrowboat. And this narrowboat has a bedroom at one end, and just above the bedroom at the front of the narrowboat is a slightly raised roof with a stained glass window, and half that window is above the bedroom itself, but it moves beyond the bedroom with the other half of the window, allowing light into the living area. Then you have a kitchen area on one side. You have a bathroom and some storage on the other side. You have a wraparound sofa, only parted by the steps down into the room. Finding this area so cozy and so snug. And although you've got some spotlights in the ceiling of your narrowboat, you use lamps you've got dotted around, which allow for softer light, more focused light, more atmospheric light. And so you have something to eat, and you sit down, and you rest for a little while, just listening to the water, or turning the lights off, heading through to the bedroom area, and heading to bed, and drifting and floating into the most peaceful night's sleep. And while you drift and float, asleep deeply, you dream that you're walking along a seashore, walking through slightly damp sand. The sound of the sea gently rolling over alongside you. Trying to decide whether it's more like a gentle hiss or a gentle rumble. A bit like white noise of that sea rolling in. And it's a little distance from you, but you can still smell the salty air. You can see as you walk barefoot across the sand, the way your feet leave their mark on that sand, the way the sand changes colour with each footstep. And you find a location where you feel the sand is just right, just the right level of dampness for you to build a sandcastle. And so you start building up that sandcastle, filling a castle-shaped bucket with sand, with a small spade, patting that sand down, the gentle thud with the spade, before tipping the castle over, giving a little shake to the bucket, tapping the top of the bucket with that spade, carefully giving a little bit more of a shake, wiggling that bucket ever so slightly, paying close attention to the information you're receiving through your fingertips, to the subtle changes and feeling from the bucket, where you notice how the sandcastle is loosening from the walls of the inside of the bucket as you carefully and gently twist and shake that bucket very, very gently, in very small motions, until the bucket feels empty, and you know underneath the bucket the sandcastle should be stood proud. And so you carefully lift the bucket up in the sandcastle to reveal the perfect castle. And then with the spade you dig a moat around the castle. You rub around that moat with the spade to neaten it up. You build up a bit of a wall from the sand from the moat, around the foot of the castle. You then start to carefully dig from that moat in the direction of the sea, carefully digging over to the sea to make a channel to the water. And you dig that channel close enough that as some of the waves gently roll in and slide along the surface of the sand, they start to flow into your channel, and you watch as that water rolls gently down that channel and starts to fill up the moat. And you watch as that moat fills. And then, to make this last a while longer, once the moat is filled, you fill the channel back up. And you dig a secondary moat, an empty moat, a little bit closer to the sea, with the sand from that moat piled up behind the moat, between the moat and the castle, so that as the tide slowly comes in, the castle will have an opportunity to last a little bit longer before being washed away as just something in a moment. And you sit on the dry sand some way back from the seashore, gazing down towards that sand castle you've built, feeling the radiant warmth of the sun as it tickles your cheeks, breathing in the warm air, smelling the gentle scent of the salt, hearing the distant sound of the waves lapping on the shore. Enjoying this dream, the peacefulness of the dream, the simplicity of the dream, like having a still mind, just focusing on one enjoyable task, on being in the moment while doing that one enjoyable task. And you watch as the sea gradually comes in and starts to overpower your creations and begins the process of eroding that castle, of wearing down the physical structure, leaving behind just the memories. And while the castle wears down to just a smooth mound of sand, and gradually that smooth mound of sand softens and becomes flatter and flatter. You close your eyes on this beach, enjoying being in the moment. enjoying drifting and floating deeper, more peacefully asleep. And as morning approaches, you're awoken by the soft light filtering through the stained glass window, the various colours, arousing a sense of peace and calmness within you. And you wake up feeling so refreshed and revitalized, having fallen asleep like every other night, where you have that sense of being rocked asleep so gently. And you have yourself some breakfast before continuing your journey, unmooring, continuing to travel along the canal. And after a while you arrive at a lock. You navigate your way through the lock, heading into the lock, closing it behind you, changing the water level, waiting patiently for that to occur before continuing on your journey, and then closing the lock behind you again. Continuing your journey along the canal, each day just being so relaxed, so peaceful, very calm and leisurely way of life. A very simple way of life. And eventually, as the next evening begins to knock on your shoulders, and the curtains of night begin to draw, you see a mooring by a traditional British pub. You moor up by that pub. You head into the pub. There are some locals in here and great atmosphere. Wooden beams. And the outside is wooden beams and painted white and a thatched roof. And this pub is the Crow's Nose. And the picture above the pub, the sign hanging out from the building, it's like a shield with a crow's beak on that shield and crow's wings coming off the side of the shield. And you head into this pub and you order a drink and some food. And you go and sit down out the back in the pub garden. And this pub has a front pub garden with some benches and people out the front, and a back pub garden with some benches and more space and fewer people out the back. And so you sit and enjoy your food, and you enjoy your drink, the gentle murmur of people in the background, talking, enjoying themselves. And as you sit there, so unusual looking man in a purple cloak and a pointed hat walks over to you, sits down at the table near yours, and they declare that they're a wizard. And you smile, as if just to be polite, unsure really how to respond. And they pull out a coin, and they make the coin vanish in their hand. And again you just smile politely, thinking many people know how to do a magic trick like that. But you don't say that, you just smile politely. And then this wizard tells you that they can show you something really curious. And they wave their arms around, and nothing happens. And you smile politely again. And so they stand up, move to an open space in the garden. They flex their arms and their fingers as if to psych themselves up. They straighten their pointed hat on their head. You watch with curiosity, little intrigue, unsure what they're trying to do. As they make large arcs in the air with their hands. Only this time there's a slight electrical buzz and hiss and a slight electric blue sparks coming from the path their hands are taking. Then they move their hands faster and faster, before pulling their hands in opposite directions, as if to pull open some curtains. And as they do, the space between the sparkling ring opens out to show a different environment. And this gets more than just a polite smile. This gets you to stand up in shock out of your chair and walk over to them, looking more at the gap that goes somewhere else than at them. And they gesture to the gap. They say, I told you I was a wizard and I'll show you something interesting. And they take their hat off. They walk through this portal they seem to have created. They gesture back for you to join them. You look around and see there's no one else in the garden. No one else to defer your decision making to. And so you shrug your shoulders. You follow behind them and walk through this portal. You find yourself in a clearing, surrounded by woodland. And it appears like the Mad Hatter's tea party is taking place from Alice in Wonderland. And you watch on with curiosity as these characters have afternoon tea in this strange clearing in this woodland. And the wizard, not even acknowledging the tea party, walks to a tree, opens a door in the tree, and gestures and tells you to come on. And so you follow them, looking back at the tea party. You find yourself entering the tree, discovering you're heading down a spiral staircase, and the wizard is counting themselves down the spirals, down the steps, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You hear them stepping off the bottom step as you, a few steps behind them, follow on. You hear them opening a large metal door. They walk through the door and you arrive at the door and walk through following them, and find yourself in a large dungeon under the tree. And you walk through this dungeon, each footstep echoing off the walls. And you head all the way to the far side of the dungeon, where the wizard taps on a few specific points that you would never remember. And with this, the back wall of the dungeon falls away to reveal what looks like the inside of a stone building with a staircase rising up. And you follow this wizard up this staircase, and after quite a climb, you notice hanging down at this point is a pendulum of a clock, and you continue to ascend. And near the top, you can hear the loud ticking of the clock, and eventually you arrive at a room at the top and find that you're surrounded by the inside of clock faces, looking at the reverse image of each of those clock faces and the hands on the faces, surrounded by the mechanisms, all the cogs of the clocks, all attached to the pendulum to keep time. And the wizard tells you that they're actually an advanced being, but advanced technology often appears like magic to significantly less advanced civilizations, and everything you're seeing is a representation to make this make sense to your mind, to what your neurology can understand. And that this clock tower and its faces and its cogs and it's keeping time. It's just a physical manifestation of a quantum realm where you can travel through time. And here, this location is between time. It's a point out of time where in every direction time runs in different ways and different spatial locations. And beneath each clock face is a door, and they gesture for you to walk towards one of the doors. And so together you walk towards that door. They gesture for you to go ahead, and so you walk through the door and the other side of the door. It's as if you're looking over space from a point of nothingness, as if the clock tower is floating in space, independently of anything else. And you head back into the clock tower and you walk to another door. You walk through that door, and as you look, it's as if you're gazing over a fantasy landscape. You see dragons flying in the air. You see tall, almost impossibly built castles and towns. And you walk back in through the door and you go to the third door. As you walk out of the third door, it's as if you're floating over a massive thunderstorm with purple lightning striking and dancing through the clouds, unable to see the landscape below. And you walk back into the clock tower and you go to the fourth door. And as you walk through that fourth door, you seem to be on the strangest looking planet, with pink clouds, golden landscape, and strange sounds of animals. And you head back into the clock tower. You go back to that first door. You walk back through the first door. Only what you see this time is the sight of a steam train hurtling through an unusual landscape. And the wizard says that because the clocks are ticking and time is always changing, what is through one door when you walk through it once isn't what's through that door when you return to it. It's forever changing. And a reality collapses into reality at the point of you walking through the door. But once you leave that reality, it's as if that reality now passes and like a wave function, any other number of realities are through the door, settling just on one when you walk through it. And then in the center of this clock tower, the wizard forms an orb before them, weaving their hands around this ball of light. They then seem to almost pull that ball of light wider and larger with their hands. And once this ball of light is the size of them, they tap it with one finger, and instantly you feel a deep sense of peace and tranquility. And they explain that that ball is a quantum flux of all realities, past, present and future. And their civilization has reached a point of being able to create these quantum flux balls like this that allow them to connect with time, to alter time, to move through space and time, as if there is no time passing. And after they show you this experience, you decide that it's time to return back to that pub garden. And you take the slow way back, descending the steps, heading through the dungeon, finding your way all the way back and out the portal as they follow you. Before creating another portal, stepping through it, closing it behind them, leaving you alone in silence in this pub garden, where you know no one would believe you if you said what your experience was. They'd probably think that you're making it all up. Maybe you've had too much to drink, even though you know that's not the truth. And you wonder why this wizard appeared before you, why they chose to show you the things that they did, why they chose you. Because you believe there must be a reason. And so finding your mind going around and around that idea that there must be a reason, that must have been a real experience. You finish up in the pub as it's getting late. You leave the pub and head back to your narrowboat. You settle down once again on your narrowboat and drift and float so comfortably, so peacefully asleep into slumberland, exploring your experiences in your dreams, trying to work out what it all means as you drift deeper and more relaxed, asleep. And in this bedtime story, you go in search of some crystals to carry out an ancient ritual that helps to create a deep, meaningful connection with the world around you. And so you set off one day. You find yourself walking through a meadow, and as you amble along in that meadow, the gentle sound of each footstep that you take through the tall grass, the whispering sound of the fronds of grass as your feet pass through them, slight rustling as the wind blows a breeze, the way the grass seems to undulate and move in unison, almost like waves through the meadow. And the gentle scent of spring flowers, and the sight of bees and butterflies going about their daily business from plant to plant. Breathing in that fresh meadow air, breathing out any stress and tension as you continue ambling through this meadow, seeing in the distance tree line of the most beautiful woodland, and being able to gaze up at the sky, noticing what the sky looks like, whether you can see any clouds, and if you can, what those clouds look like, whether they're wispy, whether they're more bulbous, whether they're like cotton wool drifting through the air, and whether you can notice any birds high up in the sky. And as you continue walking through the meadow, on your journey to find those crystals, to be able to carry out that ancient ritual, you begin to get closer and closer to the woodland. And while walking closer to the woodland, so you begin to hear the distant sound of a stream, and you notice that sound of the stream increase gently in volume as you approach. Then you start to smell that scent of fresh water, hearing the bubbling babble of that stream. Stopping at the stream for a little while, splashing some of that cool, fresh water onto your face, feeling that water as it flows through your hands, your fingertips. Coolness, how fresh the water feels. The sight of some small fish seeming to almost swim on the spot, and yet, whenever your shadow moves over those fish, they suddenly dart in different directions away from the shadow. And as your shadow moves again, so they move back into formation. And after stopping at the edge of the stream for a little while. You continue walking, now following this stream towards the woodland. Still admiring the beauty of the nature around you. Curious about the journey to those crystals and the ancient ritual you'll be performing. And after what feels like no time at all, yet in reality has been most of the day, you arrive at the tree line to the woodland, and the sun is beginning to gently set over the horizon, tucking itself up in bed for the night. As the night sky takes on the look of a diamond-encrusted blanket, twinkling, sparkling overhead, and you settle down on the edge of the woodland. Hearing the evening rustle of the trees, feeling the coolness of the evening air, setting up a tent, lighting a campfire, feeling the warmth emanating from that crackling, undulating fire. Those flames of the fire dance before you, the golden light, caressing the meadow at the base of the fire. Shadowy fronds of grass, dancing with each flicker. Feeling the warmth of that fire on your cheeks, making yourself something to eat and drink, hearing the nighttime sounds of crickets and cicadas, the occasional sound of distant birds and other animals, bringing a deep sense of comfort and tranquility to your mind and body. And as the night continues on, so the fire burns down as the moon rises up into view, casting its silvery light across the landscape, giving the landscape an ethereal quality. As the fire continues burning down to embers, just the most gentle, warm glow, and the crackling almost entirely ceased. And with that, you decide to settle down for the night in the tent and drift and float peacefully asleep. And while you drift and float peacefully asleep, you drift into the most pleasant reverie, lying there so comfortably in that tent, initially aware of the sound of the sides of the tent moving gently in the breeze. And the feeling of your body snuggled down in the most comfortable sleeping bag, feeling so comfortable, resting down and sleeping in this tent, almost like receiving a hug from nature. Those sounds outside the tent, nature's symphony, lulling you to sleep. Your calming and slowing breathing, as the curtains of sleep descend on your mind. The occasional flicker and flash, a little bit like the remnants, the fire, passing through your mind, bringing hints of a dream yet to be. And as you continue falling comfortably asleep, so you have a slight momentary falling feeling, like you're dropping asleep comfortably. And then you begin to dream. And you dream about walking down a country path towards a quaint railway station. The gravelly, stony path underfoot, crunching with each step. The path blowing up some dust with each small breath of wind. Hearing starlings nestled deep within the hedgerows, unseen yet heard singing so beautifully. And mysteriously, every time you gaze towards the sounds, they stop singing, and although you can't see them, you know that from inside the hedges they must be able to see you. As you run your hand along the hedge, feeling the twigs of the hedge, the leaves, how cool they are despite the warm sun overhead. The faintest wispy clouds in the sky. And then towards the end of this path, it comes out on what almost looks like a rickety, old, weathered and worn station that seems like it stood still in time for decades. and you head up onto the station, and you can smell the wood of the station. As the only person stood on the platform, the silence while waiting for the train, gazing up the track and down the track. Then you see the train approaching. That faint, low clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack of the train on the track, way off in the distance. Pulsating puffs of smoke rising from the train as it approaches. The sound of the engine of the train becoming audible. And then the train arriving at the platform, pulling into that station, slowing down. The old-fashioned steam train with the most beautiful rustic carriages. And you walk along the side of the train as it lets out some steam. And then you hear a slight clicking coming from the train as it idles. You walk to one of the carriages. You grasp the handle, which is like a figure of 8. 2 fingers one side and 2 fingers on the other side of that brass handle. You twist the handle, swing that door gently open, ascend 2 steps, and can immediately smell the inside of this carriage. And you're in a private compartment in the carriage. You close the door behind you with a clunk clunk as it closes. You pull down the window in the door so that it lets some air flow in as the train moves. And you sit down on the old train seats. And in this carriage there's curtains hanging up over the windows by the door. The door has a pull-down window that half opens. The seats are 2 long cushions facing each other with a comfortable backrest, enough room for 6 passengers, and some overhead space above the seats. And then opposite the entrance is a wall made of wood with a door which can slide open, that opens out into a corridor, and large rectangular windows line the far side of the corridor, and beside the door, on either side, are two large windows looking out into the corridor, with curtains up which can be drawn, and the chairs have a slight dusty, musty scent to them that seems almost nostalgic and pleasant as the train pulls out of the station. It jolts slightly as it gets going. The shunting begins slowly at first, and gradually as it leaves the station, that shunting speeds up. As it increases in speed through the countryside, and the air blows so comfortably and pleasantly through the window, breathing in that fresh nature air as the train follows that track away from the station, through meadows, different countryside, past quaint towns with small churches situated at the centre of those towns. And while travelling on this train, you take a book out of a bag and you sit, bobbing slightly to the movement of the train, hearing the clickety-clack of the train on the track, and absorb yourself in reading a book. And you enjoy this most pleasant, relaxed dream of going on an adventure on a train. And at some point during this journey on the train, the rocking and movement of the train seems to deepen the sense of wanting to fall asleep. And it rocks and moves. As you place the bookmark back in the book, you close the book and decide to close your eyes, just for a moment, as you find yourself then drifting and floating so peacefully asleep on this train. And while you fall asleep comfortably on the train, so you start to hear the sounds of morning birds, and you awaken feeling so refreshed and revitalized from your night's sleep. You leave the tent with a stretch and a deep breath of the fresh air, seeing the meadow gently dew-covered, cobwebs in the grass glistening under the morning light, faint mist undulating through the landscape like waves creeping up the shore of a beach. You have some breakfast before clearing everything away, ready to continue your journey into the woodland. And you work your way into that woodland, knowing your course, knowing where you're headed, navigating your way. And as you walk through this woodland, so you're aware how the sound has changed, how there are different animal sounds within the woodland, how your footsteps sound different as they now gently thud in a dull kind of way on the dirt within the woodland, and occasionally crunch over leaves and twigs. And the rustling of the leaves from the canopy overhead, seeming to be coming from all around you. And as you continue walking through this woodland, occasionally brushing past trees, feeling the sensation of the bark under your fingertips, the smell of the woodland, the mossy smell, the scent of sap on some of the trees, and the smell of the leaves. And while walking through the woodland, you're greeted by the most spectacular view. As the woodland opens up a little, so the light increases slightly, and you see the most incredible carpet of bluebells, each one seeming to ring the most beautiful tune of peace and harmony. And you carefully navigate through this woodland, being careful to avoid stepping on the bluebells and sticking to paths mapped out by deer and other animals who've trodden this landscape thousands of times before. You pass through the bluebell woodland, and then the woodland begins to become more dense again. Canopy closing in, the woodland darkening a little more. But you start to hear this distant sound of rushing water, and after some time you exit the woodland at a slight clearing, and at the far side of this slight clearing is a cliff. Flowing down the face of the cliff is the most beautiful waterfall. Into a gentle pool of water that seems exceptionally still, apart from the spray at the foot of the waterfall. And you stop at this pool of water, at this hidden lake in the woodland. You know you're going to be ascending the side of this cliff alongside the waterfall, and so you decide to stop, take a look, work out the best route to take up the waterfall. And while you wait and look and relax, you see some small dancing lights flitting around the base of the waterfall, weaving behind the water, in front of the water, sometimes darting through the water. And with curiosity, you carefully walk around the pool of water to get closer to the cliff and that waterfall. And as you get closer, so you notice that those lights seem to have a slight humming sound to them, and that each one is a little waterfall fairy. And one of those waterfall fairies flies over towards you, hovering just a short distance in front of your face, slightly bobbing up and down as its wings fizz along behind it like a blur. And the fairy begins to talk to you and seems so happy and pleasant, so friendly, asking who you are and what you're doing in this area, where you're headed, and you explain about your mission, that you're in search of some magical crystals that will help you to carry out an ancient ritual, allowing you to build a deep connection with nature. And the fairy tells you the best way to get where you want to go isn't to climb up the cliff and continue your journey at the top of the cliff. It's to head through the waterfall. They explain there's a cave behind the waterfall, and that it's quicker to get to where you're going if you follow that cave. And they show you how to get behind the waterfall. And so you walk behind that waterfall, and the little fairy follows you and encourages you. And you see the cave, and you see that this cave is illuminated by green toadstools stretching sporadically down both sides of the cave. And you walk into the cave, hearing the thunderous sound behind you of the waterfall. And the further you walk along the cave, the calmer the waterfall sounds, the more distant that waterfall sounds. And you just notice the occasional dripping sound within the cave, and how peaceful this space feels. And you continue on through this cave, seeming to walk for hours and hours, feeling intrigued, sense of wonder and curiosity, until eventually you start to hear the sound of twinkling bells in front of you, and notice a slight blue glow. And as you approach and go round a corner, you see that there's a portal at the end of this cave, a blue, pulsating, glowing portal, a little bit like a mix between mist and water, pulsing like waves on a wall. And you walk towards that portal, and decide to walk through the portal. And as you walk through the portal, so everything temporarily fades and sparkles all at the same time. sending the most intense tingle through your body. Like when you get that excitement that can send shivers through you. And a moment later, you find yourself in a vast cavern, and at the far side of this cavern, you see some glowing pink crystals growing out of the far wall. And you head over to those crystals. You see that some of the pink crystals have already snapped off and are lying on the ground. And you realize these are the crystals you need for your ancient ritual. And so you just pick up the ones which are lying on the ground. You then go to the middle of this chamber. And out of your backpack, you take out an ancient book. You turn those ancient pages to the relevant ritual. With a stone, you draw a circle in front of you. You then neaten up the inside of that circle and very slightly hollow the circle out so that it's slightly concave. You then stand the crystals in the center of that slightly concave circle. You take some water you have in a bottle, which was gathered at the pool before you entered the secret cave. You pour a little bit of that water into the concave circle, and the dirt in the center becomes slightly moist, and you can then push those crystals in just slightly, and the moist mud holds those crystals upright. And then you sprinkle some salt over the top and around the edge of the circle, and then refer to the words of this ancient ritual. You begin to recite those words while holding yourself in a focused, almost meditative state. And as you recite those words, so the crystals seem to glow even more and seem to pulse very slightly. And then it's almost like pink lightning seems to dance between the crystals. As those crystals pulse and light up, almost as if light is pulsing from the base of the crystals towards the top of the crystals. And then an orb begins to form around those crystals, broadening out to encompass that concave circle. And then as you continue with the ritual, so the pulsing pink light broadens out to encompass you, bringing a sense of warmth and pleasure through your body, a sense of serenity and peace. And then you begin to discover a feeling of connection, a feeling of oneness. And as you reach the end of the ritual, so the light seems to turn to a vapor, like being enveloped suddenly in a gas, a little bit like when you have a bubble with a cloud of gas within it. And when the bubble bursts, the gas just slowly dissipates. And as the gas begins to dissipate, so you find yourself breathing it in. And the more you breathe in this magical gas, the deeper the connection you find that you have with the world around you. And it's just an instinctive feeling. And as the gas dissipates, you find yourself just sitting there, quietly, in a quiet chamber. You know something within you has shifted. You now feel a deep connection with nature, and yet your experience hasn't yet shifted. And so you clear everything away, place those crystals back down where you found them. You have this deep sense that something has shifted, and yet you don't know quite what. And as you begin to walk back through that portal, and then back along that tunnel, you run your fingers along the cave wall where the fungus are illuminating this tunnel. And although you can barely see it with your naked eyes, touching the cave wall, you feel that connection with mycelial network, feeling the experience of the life of the fungus which spreads throughout this entire environment. Everything it's in contact with. And as you exit the cave, back to the waterfall, you find you have a deeper connection with those waterfall fairies. And the same fairy flies over again, tells you she can recognize you found what you were looking for, and says that to fully utilize this skill, head to the stone just over a little way around the side of this pool of water. Sit on that stone, cross your legs, close your eyes, and meditate for a little while, expanding your consciousness out to connect with the consciousness of all living things. And so you walk around the pool, you rest down on that stone, close your eyes, and relax deeper and deeper. And as you relax deeper and more profound, so you feel your consciousness spreading out from your body, connecting with the grass, with the waterfall, with the fairies, with the bees and the butterflies, with the birds, with the squirrels, with the rabbit, with the deer, with all living things, and then holding on to that connection. You slowly open your eyes and stand from the stone, still feeling and holding the connection, still feeling like a part of you is in that state you were just getting into. And the fairy speaks once again to acknowledge your skills, what you have achieved, and that to truly connect in this way, sometimes it's easy to get overwhelmed with life experiences. So it's just about bringing your attention back to the little things, holding your attention on that, so that you can hear this connection, that it's a faint connection, so it's all too easy to be drowned out if there's lots of other stuff going on in your mind, or lots of distractions. And so she advises to practice this multiple times so that you know how to hear that connection with all living things. And as you hold on to this and navigate your way back through nature, back to home, you see how long you can hold on to this state for. And occasionally you'll distract yourself, you'll be busy doing something else, and you'll lose the connection and need to tune in again to hear it. But you find it so deep and profound and comforting, and you head all the way home, where you sit down for a little while and reflect on your journey, on what you've learned, before heading to bed, relaxing down and drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And while you begin your journey asleep, I'm going to tell a story based on my own experiences. Now, as an autistic individual, I have a deep love for nature and for animals, and for the fine detail of the world around us. And I often present this within my stories, sharing encounters with animals, enjoying time in nature. But have you ever wondered where it all began? Well, going back to when I was a young child, I used to live in a small village called Warningham, and this village was in the outskirts of a nearby town called Arundel on the south coast of England. And the home that I lived in sat atop a high hill morning camp. My bedroom window looked out towards the town of Arundel, and as I would sit in the bedroom, gazing out of my bedroom window, I could see the castle standing tall and proud in the distance in Arundel, the nearby cathedral, the bushy oak trees hugging the base of the castle and surrounding the outskirts of the town. And then, as you gaze from the castle down across the trees, gazing down the scene a little further, there's a river, Arun, glistening in the light as the water moves on its journey from source to sea. And gazing down a little further in the scene is a railway track, and I remember one day as a young child gazing out of the window when a steam train passed through, chugging past the cathedral and the castle. Its elegant brown and beige carriages, the distant sound of the chugging of the steam train, sight of the smoke puffing up out of that train, trailing the steam train as it moved, the whistle of the steam train as it approached Arundel train station, acknowledging that it was just passing through and wasn't going to stop. And as you scan down the scene, I could see hills and a few gardens of houses and more trees. And this, to me, was the most beautiful place to live, the most serene place, a place that even today I think of as home. As an autistic child, I struggled with sensory overwhelm, and so I would often gaze out of a window, looking at a view like this. Sometimes there would be birds of prey flying high, circling above the fields. If I looked through binoculars or a telescope, I could even see peregrines perched on turrets of the castle. And there was very little light around here, and so at night I would have the most incredible experiences of gazing through my telescope at the planets and at the moon. And one of the most awe-inspiring experiences that anybody can have, and that every parent should share with their child is that first time you set up a telescope and you point that telescope at Jupiter or Saturn, and in the pitch dark you put your eye to the eyepiece, the gentle silence of nature around you. And through the eyepiece, all you can see is that planet and the moons. And if you're looking at Saturn, its rings. And it is the most wonderful, awe-inspiring moment that sends a fuzzy feeling down through your body. That intense feeling of wonder. And I remember the first time I did this, looking through a telescope, gazing at Jupiter and its moons, and my entire field of vision was full of the planet and the moons. And I could make out the circle of the view through the telescope, and it felt like I was in a spacecraft in space, all absorbed in that view, as if looking through a window from that spaceship, approaching Jupiter, seeing those moons, seeing the planet, the incredibly gentle movement, becoming so absorbed in that experience of the inky black sky and the striking sight of the planet and its moons. That it absorbed me so much, I felt I could be floating in space on that ship, taking me away from the real world. And the stresses of the real world. And as a young child, that is such a profound experience, and one which stays with you and helps you to appreciate the scale of the universe, and the amount of wonder which is out there. And living in morning camp, when it would snow, the hills and the fields around Warning Camp would become deep with snow. I remember one year seeing a white stag walking through the snow, and this stag was often rumoured to exist around Warning Camp. but I think there was only one, and so it was rarely spotted. And in that snow, my brothers and I would head outside. We would walk down to the end of our garden. We would climb the fence at the end of our garden into the fields, and the fields were on steep slopes, and we would drag sledges up to the top of the slopes. Crunching through that snow, and we would sledge down the hill. The crackling, sliding of the sledge on the snow, skidding the sledge at the bottom to stop, before scrambling back up that hill to repeat the process again. And there's something deeply curious about when snow falls on landscape like this. Often the snow would mean that cars couldn't travel on the road, and the village was so small. There was only the one road, and the snow would dull the sound, which would help to bring a deep sense of peace to my ears. I would just enjoy sitting outside, wrapped up warm, wearing mittens and a coat that does right up the front, higher than your chin, with a hood that pulls over, with a faux fur trim. And just sit there peering through my faux fur portal. The sensation of breathing in the cold air and then breathing it back out warm. Feeling so comfortable with the sounds around me, dulled by the covering of snow. And I'd often go walking through the snow. And while crunching through the snow, I would enjoy the way the light glistens and sparkles on the surface of the snow, where it's untouched, almost like the surface of the snow has been dusted with the dust of diamonds, and the way the snow would be slightly harder on top, like the snow has gained a crust, and each footstep would break the crust on the top of the snow, or crunching through that snow, often onto icy grass below. And then you'd have that sensation of the icy grass. The grass all frosted, crackling underfoot. Sometimes stopping to roll snowballs, to build a person out of snow, rolling it up, making that snowball larger and larger, adding a snowball on top, creating a face, using my hands to rub down the sides, and add some shape with some additional snow patted onto the sides. And walking through snowy woodland, and the silence within the woodland, and that snow falling from the branches as you pushed past, sometimes getting just a little bit of snow down the back of your neck, which melts quickly as it warms on your skin. And sometimes growing up in this environment, when I'd really be struggling with sensory overload, where everything just seemed too chaotic, where there was too much going on at home. As a young child, I would walk into the woods. I'd climb a tree, and I would attach myself to the tree with a belt system that I had. And while attached to the tree, I'd close my eyes, focus on my breathing, on calming my breathing, on deepening my breathing, on relaxing my muscles, and helping myself to have a sense of inner peace. And while resting there in the tree, I'd listen to the sounds around me. I would hear the rustling of the leaves above me, below me, and around me from the other trees, as the wind gently blows a breeze. I would feel the sensation of the bark against my back, and underneath me, the coolness of the branches, the scent of the trees, the feeling of the bark under my fingertips. And with my eyes closed, I would listen out for one specific bird. And often there'd be a few birds singing, but I would single one bird out, and I'd begin to focus on that bird. I'd focus on where in space I think that bird is, whether the bird is in front of me, behind me, round the left side or the right side, whether the bird is higher than me or lower than me. I'd have a sense of what that bird might look like singing where it is. Do I imagine it standing on a small branch, perhaps with some leaves around that branch? maybe a branch that's bobbing up and down in the breeze. Does it seem like its singing is wavering ever so slightly to hint that it's on an undulating branch? Or is it singing steady, like it's on firmer footing? And I didn't know at the time, just as a young child trying to cope with some of the challenges of being autistic, that I was learning meditation. I had never at this point heard of meditation. So I didn't realize that this was meditation. To me, it was just me trying to cope, me finding a solution for calming myself down, managing anxiety. Not that I knew that word at the time. Managing sensory overload. Learning to focus my attention on one thing at a time. So that I'm not focusing on anything else. So that I can relax. I would head down from the tree and I would walk in a mindful way through the woodland. Through an assortment of trees. From oak trees to pine trees. And I'd walk mindfully, paying attention to every step that I take, to the feeling of the ground underneath each step, the sound that each step makes as my foot strikes the ground, and altering my walking to calm each step, so that as much as possible I would almost glide through the woodland, teaching myself to move as quietly as possible, because I enjoyed seeing nature. I enjoyed, as I still do, seeing the unseen. And animals have a tendency to freeze or disappear when humans are near. And so I wouldn't want to disturb them. I would walk slowly, almost silently, in a rhythmic, floating way. And I'd breathe slow and calm and quiet. I'd have my body loose and limp and relaxed. The sound of the rustling leaves of the woodland would be much louder than any noise that I'm making while walking through the woodland. I was learning to manage my mind and body, and there were no lessons teaching this, no guidance from grown-ups. I was just going out and doing what helped me feel better, and making my own learning and discoveries. And I would stop because my vision seemed to be able to pick out things that people don't see. An owl way off in the distance through the trees. Just a slight glimpse of a pattern of an owl. An eye. A slight side of a head. Crisscrossed with branches and leaves, undulating gently in the breeze. I recognize that tiny glimpse, the partial sight of an owl, and know to stop and observe. And I feel like the owl is looking back at me, and so I hold my position and my breath for a moment as I calm myself down. And notice how soft the owl's feathers look. How focused that owl looks. Being still in the woodland. I notice a grazing deer. Just a young deer. Looks like it's quite newly born. And then hear the slight crackling as other deer come into sight, and see there's a family of deer grazing in the woodland. Completely unaware of my presence, unfazed by me being there. Because I just blend into the background. A skill over the years I feel I've developed. That ability to be just in the background, blending in. Placing importance on something other than myself. Being in woodland would bring me such a deep sense of peace and calm, would help me to focus, help me to manage the world around me and the chaos within the world. And as I've grown up, I've held on to this learning and continued to develop this learning. And in morning camp, when you walk through an area of the woods. You're surrounded by just trees. You can't really see anything but the trees. You're surrounded by the rustling sound of the trees as the wind blows through the canopy. But then, after a short walk, you reach a gate, and when you pass through that gate, the landscape opens up into a large valley with hills either side. There's woodland and fields atop the hills, some woodland up the side of some of the hills, and trees dotted up the hills. The view is of the grass blowing in the breeze. You can see the wave of the breeze as it moves and undulates that grass. There are often cows grazing in the valley. There's often a multitude of different birds, including birds of prey flying and circling high overhead. And at the right time of year, you can walk through this valley and ascend to some more woodland at the top of the valley. And as a child, I used to gallop on the most beautiful white horse called Snowy. We used to enter the woodland, ride through that woodland, come out in the valley, and then gallop through the valley, following a route to the top. And my mum, who used to teach people how to ride horses, was always surprised at my innate natural ability to seem to get on with different animals, to understand them significantly better than I can understand people, and to be able to get on to horses bareback, even those that she hadn't even broken in yet. They would come over to me. I'd perhaps be sat on a fence watching Mum breaking a horse in, and then it would come over to that fence. It would come alongside me. I would pet it. I would touch the side of its neck in a certain kind of way that helped me to feel a deep connection with the horse. And then the horse would seem to acknowledge to me that it was comfortable with me climbing on its back. It would move into the position for me to climb on its back. I would gently climb onto the horse's back, give it the most careful and firm nudge in the sides. Using the pressure of one leg or another to indicate to it which direction to go. It would move away from the side. It would walk around the field. Give it a little more nudge, it would trot. A little bit more and it would canter. Change the pressure on the horse and it would slow and take me back to that fence and pull up at the fence where I would dismount, thank the horse for being so kind, allowing me to ride on its back, before it would continue on, with Mum's training breaking it in. And once getting to the top of the valley, at the right time of year, the woodland is some of the most incredible woodland. And you can smell this woodland before you arrive. The scent of bluebells that carpet this woodland. The striking colour of the bluebells against the brown trunks of the trees, in the shade of the canopy arching overhead. And you'd walk into that woodland and see that blanket of bluey purple bluebells, so delicate, carpeting the floor of this area of the woodland. The sight of deer among the bluebells, of squirrels, the occasional butterfly and bees, and birds in the trees, and the sounds of the songbirds echoing through this area of woodland, and that waft from those bluebells, that scent, relaxing you, calming you. And I would take a camping chair with me. I'd set up that camping chair in the middle of these bluebell woods. I'd rest back on that chair, close my eyes, and allow myself to be drawn away and absorbed in the experience of this moment, feeling myself relaxing deeper and deeper, with the sound of the rustling leaves overhead. At other times I would take photographs of the bluebells that only appear for a very short period of time. And it was important to me then, as it is now, to take these moments to be out in nature, to help me relax, to help me continue to learn how to manage sensory overwhelm, to learn how to manage emotional overwhelm, whether it's anger or anxiety, whether it's panic or some other emotion, where I just need to be able to calm myself. And as a child, I used to build dens in the woods. There was a storm in the 1980s, and many trees in the woodland fell down. Suddenly my view of the castle in Arundel transformed. Many of the trees that were on the hills underneath the castle toppled in the storm, and so more of the castle could be seen. Many trees in the woodland toppled, but those toppled trees are great for children. Large holes were left where the tree once stood, and so as a young child I would gather up branches, and I would place the branches from the uprooted base of the tree diagonally down to the far side of the crater left by the fallen tree. Then cover those branches in leaves and create a roof for a den, and then cover all that in mud and use some branches on the inside into the ground to hold that up a little more securely, and then would dig out the hole a little bit more and begin to shape it some more so that it's no longer just a natural hole, but it has seats. And it becomes a den to hide in, somewhere the sound is muted, somewhere the light is dimmed. A location out of any breeze, a place to go whenever it rains, a place I would sometimes go and rest and sleep and daydream. Other times, being in a woodland full of trees, I would build tree houses and different tree camps and link these together with rope bridges among the trees so that you can travel from one tree to the next without having to go down to the ground. And these would be great places to come to find peace and solitude, a deep sense of calm, relaxation. And this love for nature, the power nature has over me, the wonder I find with nature and the natural world and animals, continues on into my adulthood. It continues on into the kinds of stories that I tell and the way that I use nature in my stories to educate, to teach about overcoming anxiety, learning to focus attention, reducing discomfort, and many other therapeutic benefits. Because I believe in the power of nature to heal, and believe in having a connection with the natural world around me to bring a sense of peace and calm And so I wanted to create a story that shares my story with you. That will help you to deeper understand why my stories are the way they are. Perhaps better understanding me as a storyteller, creator, and therapist. And I remember times when I used to set up tents in the woods, and I would camp and enjoy resting in the tent, in the doorway to the tent, feeling the warmth of the most comfortable crackling campfire. Smelling some jacket potatoes which have been cooked with the campfire and other food, enjoying that food, and the campfire burning down to embers, seeing the beauty, the majesty of the night sky overhead. And then settling down into the tent and drifting and floating peacefully asleep into slumberland. And as you relax, you find that you're sitting in a park and you're playing chess against a stranger. And while you're sat there playing chess against the stranger, so you can hear the sounds of birds in this park. You can hear the sounds of people walking around, holding conversations, children playing. You're aware of the sounds of dogs occasionally barking in the distance as owners throw balls for them. And where you're sitting is just in the shade, but you can notice how beautiful the sunlit environment is beyond the shade. And then it's your turn, and so you study the chessboard with a deep sense of meaning before deciding which piece to move, and the feel of picking up that piece, the weight of that chess piece, the texture of that chess piece between your fingertips, the way it moves, and the way the weight distributes as you maneuver that from one point on the board to another. And then the sound of placing that down on the relevant square before sitting back and looking over at the opponent, who gives an approving reaction to the move that you took before thinking about the move they're going to take. And as this game of chess with this stranger continues, you feel that this just helps absorb you in the moment, absorbing you in enjoying the peace of relaxing in a park, of not thinking about the past or the future, but just being present in the here and now. And as time ticks by slowly, you continue playing that game, the world moving past around you, the shadows gradually creeping across the ground as the sun dances across the sky. Until eventually you reach the end of that game of chess. Shake the hand of the stranger you've been playing. You say your goodbyes, and you begin your journey home. And as you walk through this park, on your way home, you stop off at a bakery that sells homemade baked goods, and you can smell that bakery as you approach. And the smell is part of the reason you're slowing down and stopping to grab something from that bakery. You open the door as it trings on a bell, feeling the weight of that door as it swings open and as you close it behind you. Before then, having a greater sense of the smells around you from the different produce, the sounds of a couple of customers murmuring in the background, and you look at the different baked goods and you decide on something to purchase to take home with you. And you make that purchase, and the server serves you with a smile and greets you, and then offers you best wishes as you leave. And you leave that bakery and continue your journey, continuing to walk on the way home. And as you continue walking home, you think about which route to take. And in your mind's eye, you kind of imagine it like a vast web of different routes, of different possibilities, each one arriving at the destination, but each one potentially shaping your future in a very different way. As you walk down the first road, you can have options of what route to take or which roads to turn off of. But if you take a different first road, you'll be presented with different second roads to turn down. And the same if you take a different first road again and again. You're aware that at this point in your journey, there are 4 or 5 different routes which you can take. And within each of those routes are possibilities which will take around the same length of time. And this is what gets you thinking. But among these different routes, there are possibilities taking the same time home. So how do you decide which route to take? when you can take any of these 4 or 5 routes and follow the fastest possibilities, and you'll arrive home at the same kind of time regardless of the route. And yet each possibility opens up new ways of experiencing the future. You don't know how the future is different depending on the route you take. Maybe there's a road that you cross, that with one route you would cross it 2 minutes earlier than with another route, maybe 2 minutes later than another route, maybe 1 minute different than another route. And so how do you decide which route to take? And each of those different routes, you'd cross that specific road at a subtly different time. What if 1 minute you go to cross the road and you bump into a friend you haven't seen for years, and you arrange to perhaps catch up and have a coffee? And in doing so, you've made a change to your future. Maybe another route, at another time, you reach that road and cross that road perfectly fine. You don't bump into anyone. And you get home and nothing has changed. Maybe there are 2 or 3 routes where that's the case, where you get home at about the same time. And so any of those routes, if nothing eventful happens on the way, would mean that once you're home, any divergence which could have happened comes back to this focal point where they all have this same spot at this same point of arriving home. But then other times, maybe, you bump into someone and it forms a friendship. You bump into someone and they annoy you in some way. Maybe you happen to find some money on the pavement or a wallet that sends you on a different adventure. Maybe you help someone on the way home. And you're thinking of how there are so many different possibilities. And it could be that one of these possibilities is sitting there waiting for you to discover. And you would never know it if you took a different route. You would never know that on the same day, at the same time, had you taken a slightly different route, even one that would take exactly the same duration of time to get home, you may well have created a different future. And you find this fascinating. And you think about how you normally don't really pay any attention to the route that you take home. You're aware of these different routes, you're aware of which ones take about the same duration of time to get home. You're aware that sometimes you like to vary the route. For example, maybe sometimes you take a route that takes you down a tree-lined street that at a certain time of year is just the most beautiful sight to behold. Maybe at other times of the year you like to take a route that takes you down a street of houses with nice front gardens, with the most beautiful flowers, and the different scents that you can smell as you walk down that street. Maybe another time of year, you take a route because there are some homes on a street which really go all out with Halloween decorations or Christmas decorations, and you quite like to see those. Maybe sometimes you take a different route because you know that at a certain time there's going to be works down a street, or a street's going to be busy. Or perhaps there's going to be rubbish collection down certain streets, and you'd rather perhaps walk on a quieter route. And so you know that almost instinctively at certain times you'll take some of these different routes, but generally you don't really give it that much thought. You just instinctively follow the same route home, even though you know it's no quicker or slower than some of the alternatives. And you find this very curious, that by living life from a place of habit, living life from a place of automaticity, you miss out on potential futures. And so today you decide to take a different route. Start off down the same usual first street and the same usual second street. But down that second street you decide to walk past the turning you would ordinarily take and take a different turning. And so you take a few different turnings on your way home. And you find as you're walking that these streets are nice and quiet and peaceful. The only real sound is the sound of the birds and the sound of your footsteps while you walk. And by taking a route that's slightly less travelled than usual for you, you find yourself looking around a lot more, really taking in your environment, absorbing yourself in that environment. Whereas when you just walk the same as you've always walked, you almost become blind to your environment, because it's the same old, nothing's changing. But taking a different route stimulates your mind so much more. And you just enjoy that walking in silence, walking through the silence, just those footsteps cutting gently through that silence with a dull thud, step after step. And you notice as you continue to walk that down one road is a small park surrounded by a few houses. And really it's no more than a public garden. And you feel that you've never really been this route. And it's been years since you've passed this park, even though you live very close. You don't really have any reason to go here, but as you pass, you decide now's a good time to stop, to open the gate, enter this park. And this park has large oak trees, rustling in the breeze, squirrels running up and around those trunks of the trees, chasing each other and jumping after each other from branch to branch, from tree to tree. And there are large, almost unkept looking bushes, which look like they probably get tended to just a couple of times a year. And so they grow out, and they look unkempt quite quick. And so you head into this park, closing that gate behind you. You begin to follow the mud path around this park, and there are some benches lining the mud path, and the mud seems to have the thinnest layer of gravel on top, just to try to stop it being quite so muddy. And fortunately, it hasn't rained in some time, and so as you walk, there's a slight grinding sound of the gravel, mixed with the dull thud of the footsteps on the dry mud. And yet you're walking gently and calmly. And you head to a bench which is near an oak tree. You settle down on that bench and rest back on the bench just to take some time to watch the world go by in this park. And the sun is beginning to set, but it's not too late. It's just early evening. And you listen to the rustling of the leaves around you. You hear some birds in the bushes singing songs to each other, seeing the occasional bird flit into the bush, hearing a slight rustling as it moves around in the bush, and then flit out of the bush. An inquisitive squirrel descends the trunk of a tree, climbing down head first, and scampers along the ground, standing with its front paws curled up in front of its chest, keeping a beady, close eye on you with curiosity, perhaps wondering whether you have any food for it. And as you gaze over towards that squirrel, so it stops momentarily and looks around as if to look away. And then as you look away yourself, you see out the corner of your eye that it now moves a little closer, and it gradually gains confidence that you're not any kind of a threat to it. And it comes up quite close to you, just a short few steps away from the side of your leg. And you look back at it, its tail flicking and twitching behind it. It tilts its head and it looks at you in a kind of jerky way, before scampering off again, bounding almost like jumps of waves back towards the tree, and then ascending that tree again. And as you rest here in this park, you close your eyes as you rest back on that bench to focus better on the sound of the rustling leaves, the sensation of the breeze on your cheeks, the feeling of breathing in that air and just breathing away any stress or tension. And after a while, you begin to notice that it's starting to get a little chillier and that you should be continuing your journey home. And so you stand up from the bench, you head back out of this park, and you continue walking along the road, walking home. And eventually, on arriving home, you settle down in a chair and you rest for a while in the peace of your home and the comfort of the chair. And you're still thinking about possibilities, about how possibilities play out. Curious about what changes may occur, what life you're currently on, based on the decisions you'd made to take those different roads, to sit in that park, to observe the squirrel, to take this route home instead. Even though you're currently home, and on the surface it feels like many of the different routes that you could have taken would have led to this moment of you sitting at home. The thoughts you're having are entirely based on the experience you've had, and you don't know how those thoughts you're having may shape the future. And then, as night falls, you settle down in bed. And as you settle down in bed, and close your eyes and begin to drift asleep, so you begin to dream. You dream about walking through a fantasy land. You dream about being presented with a fork in the road, and about making a decision on which path to take. And then arriving at a crooked-looking house, knocking on the door, being invited in by a green fairy. And inside this crooked house is a crooked bookshelf. And the green fairy notices you notice the crooked bookshelf and gestures for you to go over to the bookshelf and take a look. And so you head over to the bookshelf. And you see the glowing emerald book on that bookshelf that catches your eye. And you take that book from the bookshelf and you begin to read through that emerald book. And it talks about a cat that lives in a barn. And this cat that lives in a barn goes out exploring its land every day. And when it enters dark locations, it navigates using its whiskers gently touching the sides, the ground, sending signals to the cat of where it is in relation to other things around it. And the cat explores the barn. The cat explores a farm. The cat creeps through a field of corn, with the corn towering high over its head, that to the cat is like pushing through a bamboo forest. It has to navigate using touch and sound and the different smells around. And the cat begins to head towards a beacon, a pulsing sound in the distance. And the cat comes out of that corn, finds itself walking through the most comfortable grass meadow, ascending some hills, heading towards that pulsing beacon sound. Heading into and through a vineyard, and continuing to walk, now so far away from that farm and from that barn. Until eventually, mixed with that pulsing sound of that beacon, the cat begins to hear the sound of the sea. Of the waves of the ocean crashing against the base of a cliff. And sitting at the top of the cliff is a wise sage. They have a fire in front of them. They appear to be so relaxed, just sitting here at the top of this cliff. And the cat approaches them. And the sage asks, "Freckles," as the cat is known to the sage for its gingery spots around its face in its fur. "What brings you here, so far from the barn?" And Freckles looks in the direction of the sound of the beacon. And the wise sage picks up on the body language of Freckles and understands. You're here in search of that sound, curious what it is and where it's come from. Well, you'll never make it to the sound because it's actually coming from out over the ocean. And Freckles understands what this wise sage is saying. And they look out from the top of the cliff over the ocean, curious where over there the sound is coming from. And the wise sage says to Freckles that they can Help them to find out where that sound is coming from. And then they tilt their head up towards the sky. And they let out a loud squawk that sounds like an eagle. And moments later, an eagle flies down and lands on a log near to the sage. And the sage performs a ritual, gestures their hand around the eagle's head and around the cat's head. And the sage says the two of you will now be connected, and then tells the eagle to fly to the sound of the beacon. And with that, the eagle launches into the air, flaps its powerful wings, and soars off the cliff, spreading those wings, dropping for a bit, before being caught in the air and rising, ascending higher and higher, spiraling around, and then heads in the direction of that sound. And while the eagle's doing this, Freckles is taken aback a little, and they realize that what they can see with their eyes is what the eagle is seeing, as if seeing in a virtual reality headset. And the sage says, just sit calm, be motionless, and let your eyes observe. And so Freckles rests down, feeling the gentle warmth from the fire, gently tickling their fur, feeling so deeply calm and relaxed. And after a little while of that eagle exploring and flying in the direction of the beacon, it spies a small island off the shore. And on that small island is what looks like a lighthouse. Except this lighthouse doesn't have a light on, but it still looks like a lighthouse. It's a tall-looking tower, very sturdily built. But from the top is a tiny red light flashing gently, and a strong sound of that beacon, that low frequency pulse. And so the eagle swoops down to investigate, spiraling down around the structure as it descends. And near the base you can see some people stood outside of that building. And it looks like something's happened here. And the people don't seem too concerned, they just stood around. And then all of a sudden, as the eagle begins to fly away from this location, there's a pulse of electric blue light that expands out from within the structure, spreads across the ocean, spreads past the eagle, reaching the shore, pulsing across the land. And the other side of that pulse, reality seems different somehow. And the eagle flies back to that wise sage. The sage ends the connection between the eagle and the cat, and is now stood up, curious what's just happened and aware something is very different here in the land. And the sage descends the cliff, and gets into a small boat and seems intent on reaching that island, with a deep feeling that something's happened and that they may be able to help in some way. And they row on that small boat across the slightly rough water with a matter of urgency. Eventually reaching that island, realizing this island is a military island, mooring their boat up and walking across the island towards the structure, seeing all those people, now a bit more frantic than they were before. And from time to time, noticing just glimmers or flashes, as if there's a different reality, like a fracture between the two. And they ask one of the people what happened here, and the person's surprised, saying, "You shouldn't be on this island. Where have you come from?" And they say that that's not important right now. They can ask questions later. What's important is fixing whatever's happened. And the person says that this location is actually a vast dish, the tip of what looks like a lighthouse is the receiving tip of the dish, and under the ground is the vast dish in this location. And they just turned it on for the first time, and it let out a pulse of energy, and it's energy at a frequency that can pass through matter. And it focuses with the tip as energy beams back. And unexpected to them, rather than measuring some properties of the universe, it seemed to disrupt the fabric of the universe in this location. And it turns out that there are multiple universes overlaid on top of each other. Just a thin fabric slice of universe apart. And so now they need to stop the dish and repair the damage. And that's what they're trying to work on. And they manage to stop the dish and turn off its power. And yet, there are still these cracks in the universe. These glimmers of an alternative universe, seeping into and out of existence. And so the sage ascends to the peak of this structure, sits at the focal point of the structure, channels the energy within him, and beams that down and uses the dish to focus and amplify his energy. And with a large pulse, his energy spreads out, almost glossing over and cementing and repairing the rip in space and time. And then he claps his hands together, almost like the sound of a thunder crack, as he sends another pulse of energy out. And he does this 2 or 3 more times, until the damage seems to be repaired. And the people working here want to know who he is. And they try to stop him as he navigates through them with the intention of just leaving the island. And because they're persistent trying to stop him leaving, he turns and casts a spell on them, momentarily creating confusion within them and a selective amnesia, where they'll selectively erase memory of him from their minds, and in its place, through conversations trying to understand what went on here, as a group they'll form a new memory, like a group memory, and this false memory will fill in the gaps of what they think really happened here. And so, with them experiencing that confusion, he finds his way back to the boat and rows away from the shore, back across the water, back to the mainland, where he ascends that cliff again. The cat is still waiting, the eagle long gone. And he sits down as if nothing at all had happened, and continues to relax by the fire, as the cat, now not hearing that beacon, returns back the way it came, back to its farm, back to its barn. As you find yourself drifting, thinking about webs of reality, the choices we make and the paths we follow, and the alternative paths that are closed to us once we've made a decision, and the opportunities to follow different paths. And thinking about that, you drift from the experience into a deeper, more profound sleep, a deep and recuperative sleep, drifting, floating so deeply and peacefully into slumberland. And as you relax into this story, you can have a sense of travelling on a train, and it's an elaborate train. You're in the most beautiful carriage, and in this carriage you can hear the clickety-clack of the train on the track. You can see nighttime outside, and in the carriage is just dimly lit with ornate old-fashioned lights. Some of the people in the carriage have the velvet curtains drawn over the windows. There's a gentle rock to the carriage as it clickety-clacks across the track. Not travelling too quick, not travelling too slow. There's a gentle murmur from others in this carriage as they talk with each other, engaging in their conversations. And outside, nighttime has set in, and so as you travel on this ornate, beautiful train, a train very reminiscent of the Orient Express, or another similarly elaborate train, you can see the beauty of the moon down near the horizon, hanging so large, seeming to hover almost stationary on the horizon. You can see the fast-moving shadows of foliage near to the train, passing across in front of the moon. And really having a sense of the difference between the fast-moving foreground and the slow-moving distance of the moon. And as you gaze out at the moon, its light shining so bright, making it difficult to see many stars, just a couple of pinpricks in the sky. And as you watch that moon, you're aware of some wispy clouds, likely high up clouds. And as some of those clouds drift across the face of the moon, so you notice the ring of faint colour and light surrounding that moon. And you're making this route on this train to head to a magical location in a very snowy location. And as you're gazing out the window in the direction of that moon, the train continuing to click-clack across the track, the train enters a tunnel. Suddenly, outside of the train is just darkness and a slight whooshing sound and an echoing sound of the train in the tunnel. Occasionally the train sounding its horn, as if perhaps passing certain markers in this tunnel. And after what seems quite a journey through the tunnel, suddenly the sound changes again as you swing out and exit that tunnel, and you know the location that you're at. You know that having entered that tunnel, you're swinging around the outside of the mountains, although you can't see them. The view in the direction of the mountains is too dark to see, with a tall mountain face alongside the train track. And then as you continue the journey, a member of train crew calls everyone through to say that food will be served soon in the dining car. And so you join the people as they leave your carriage, heading through the train down to the dining car. You settle down at your table in the dining car, food being served and drinks, the murmur of people in the background, the clinking of china and cutlery on plates, the gentle occasional laughter from pockets of people. As you enjoy the food and the aromas of the food wafting through this car, as this journey continues, and after enjoying your dinner, you find your way back to your seat. You sit down feeling fulfilled and relaxed, letting your food settle as the evening continues to set in. And others find their way back to the carriage, and the murmur of people is quieter now, as people are allowing their food to go down, and some people have gone to settle down for the night already. And after a while, you decide it's time for you to go and settle down. So you head through to the sleeper coach that you're in. You find your room, having to walk down a small corridor with the windows on one side, still seeing that moon gradually now moving lower beyond the horizon, seeing the shape of the distant shadows in front of the base of the moon, the nearby scenery, occluding the moon, in bursts as trees pass, and gradually more stars being visible when you look up high into the night sky, and still the occasional wispy clouds, almost imperceptible other than as they get illuminated while crossing the moon's glow. And finding your room, you open the door and head in to your room, closing that door behind you, and it's a small little cabin with a narrow bed. You close the curtains in the room. You prepare yourself for bed and settle down in the bed. You take a small, old book from your suitcase. You have a reading light turned on above the bed and turn the main room light off. You plump up the pillow behind you and rest back and begin to read. And you're reading about your destination. It won't be the destination of the train, but it's where you're heading. The train will be pulling in at a station that you'll disembark at. You'll go to a hotel. You'll check into the hotel. You'll rest for the night in the hotel so that you're fresh for the next day. And then you'll be making your journey to the destination. The destination itself is deep in the snowy forests, in the shadow of the mountains, in an area untrodden by humans for hundreds of years. And you're reading this book about that location. And this book is a diary of an explorer in the 1700s who had travelled to this destination and written the diary about what they found there. And as far as you're aware, this was the only copy of this book ever to exist. And so you read about their trek into the forests, through the snow, how they navigated the terrain and their route to find what they were looking for. And the evidence for this location that they used has been lost to time. And you only found out about this diary through a couple of news clippings that you'd discovered that alluded to this journey that this person had been on. And in one of the news clippings, the person spoke of keeping their diary and writing down their experiences. And it was only a single sentence in a news clipping, but it was enough for you to begin to search to find this diary, and to now be here following in their footsteps, hoping to find what it was that they found. And after a while of reading, you place that book beside you, turn off the reading light, and settle down to sleep, almost feeling like you're being rocked to sleep by the train as it goes clickety-clack on the tracks. The gentle, rhythmic sounds of the train on the tracks, lulling you deeper and deeper into the most peaceful sleep. And the next morning, you awaken to the glow of the light leaning on the curtains to the cabin, the continual background sound of the train on the tracks, the ever-present rocking movement of the train. You get up from bed, dress yourself, feel so refreshed and revitalized, more refreshed and revitalized than you expected for sleeping in such a cramped bed. But something about the rocking of the train feels almost like a childhood embrace. Feels somehow almost nurturing and relaxing. And you leave the cabin. You head to breakfast. You eat the breakfast and can see daylight outside the windows. The glistening white snow. The snow-covered trees. As if a dusting has been poured over the landscape. And interspersed into that dusting of snow are millions of tiny diamonds, reflecting the sun's light. And you sit for half a day watching the world go by from the train, until eventually you arrive at your destination, pulling in to a very tiny train station that could barely be called a train station, having to disembark by climbing down some steps, down onto the ground, with no real platform, and what looks like almost just a shed as a train station. And you walk past that shed-like train station. You hear the steam train at the front of the train, releasing some steam. You see people working around the steam train, refilling the coal, refilling water, and different people disembarking from different carriages with their suitcases, some families, some individuals, looking around as they disembark, taking in this most beautiful landscape, feeling that cool freshness against your cheeks, seeing your breath each time you breathe out, creating a cloud before you. And you head from this train station down towards a road, which is more like a dirt track covered in snow that has been partially worn by vehicles. And you walk along that track, the slight crunching of your feet on the snow on the track. Heading towards the small-looking village a little way down the road. And after some time, you find your way to that village. You wander through the village, seeing the small homes and businesses, the signs for the businesses, and you recognize one business looks larger than the others, looks more hotel-like. And as you near that, you see the name of the hotel you're looking for. You head into that hotel, go to the desk, to the smiling person, say your name. You're here to check in. When they check you in, they ask some basic questions about where you came from, how long you took to get there, whether you've had a comfortable journey. And you smile and respond. And then they hand you a key. It's a very old-fashioned looking key. And you take that key and you follow the directions you were given, up some creaky stairs to a floor, along the creaky floorboards, to a room. You put the key into the keyhole. You begin to twist that key, almost feeling it, opening that lock with some level of weight. As it clicks open, you walk into the room and smell the freshness of this room and see the view from the window. Admiring the beauty of the landscape, admiring the size and the softness of the bed compared to what you've had to sleep on to this point. Sitting on the end of the bed for a moment, taking a few comfortable breaths, before lying back, gazing at the ceiling for a second or two, then sitting back up again, sorting yourself out, checking out the room, looking at the bathroom, looking in the different cupboards just generally being nosy to see what this place is like where you're staying. And you rest back on that bed for a little while. Noticing the silence. You've had days of listening to click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. And now you're here on a comfortable bed with just silence around you. And you think to yourself, the silence almost sounds deafening, which is an unusual thought to have about silence. But it's such a stark difference from the sound of spending days on a moving train. And after a while, you head downstairs, you explore a bit more of the hotel, you head out and explore a bit more of this town, of this small village. You see people milling around, but only in small numbers. You see a couple of bars, a few restaurants. But it's not a particularly large place. You find somewhere to eat, and as you're eating, there's some live music playing here, and a girl dancing on a dance floor area in front of that live band, just allowing herself to be absorbed in the experience of dancing, being lost in that experience, dancing with freedom, without any cares, just a dance of self-expression. And then after you've eaten, enjoyed listening for a while to that live music, you head back to the hotel, back up to the room where you head to bed and settle down for the night, with the plan that tomorrow you'll gather your stuff together, ready for your hike into the nearby forest, following the footsteps laid out in the diary. And you drift and float into the most pleasant, comfortable sleep, enjoying that deep sense of calm and relaxation. And the most pleasant dreams. The next morning, awakening, heading down for breakfast, before heading back up to your room, preparing for your hike, making sure you've got everything you could possibly need. And then while it's still early, you set off in the direction of the dense forest, setting off in the direction of the mountains. And you walk into that forest, having to push through the thick snow to get into the forest, but the snow thins as you head into that dense forest, as the snow rests on the top of the canopies of the trees, with very little of that snow finding its way to the forest floor. Just some patches of more dense snow, where it's fallen through branches, perhaps overweighed some branches, or where there are some clearings within the forest. And the forest is deeply peaceful. The snowy and wooded landscape seeming to almost dull sound that passes through here. And you can feel the sensation of the bark under your fingertips as you push past trees. You can smell the pine smell in the forest and feel the cool chill on your cheeks and hear the sound of each footstep that you take. And you're not entirely sure what you'll discover. All you know is that the adventurer found what they described as a source of deep knowledge and wisdom, and they were reluctant to explain any more. And even in their diary, they say they found it, but they just say that it's indescribable. No one would believe them. And so, in case anyone found the diary, they didn't want to record what they'd found. Just that they had found it. And so you continue following that diary, following the route that was taken. Curious within yourself about what it is that you'll discover when you get there. And after quite some time of walking, where you're significantly warmer than the environment would have you believe you should be, you decide it's time to rest. And you can tell, although you can't see the sky, that the light levels have dimmed, and so night is probably setting in. And you didn't plan on spending every night at the hotel, although you checked in for a series of nights. You brought with you some camping gear and are well prepared for this journey. And so with night setting in, you set up camp and a campfire, which crackles gently to life and brings the pleasant relief of warmth to your cheeks. And the dancing light and shadows to this forest, the shadows of the trees leaping and dancing around in the distance. The occasional sounds of different forest animals which have awoken at night. And their sounds also dulled by the forest. And after having something to eat, you relax back into your tent you zip up the tent and settle down. And the fire had burnt down to embers and was barely a glow outside the tent. As you fall comfortably and relaxed asleep, and the next morning you awaken and have something to eat before packing away, continuing your journey. And after many more hours of walking, you notice that although the landscape looks very flat with the snow that gently carpets the ground, like a little dusting across the ground, just a dusting of what has managed to break through the canopy overhead. You notice that just beneath that snow layer, the ground is actually becoming more uneven, and occasionally you step on bits which seem loose like rubble. And so you brush away at some of the ground, and you find that it is like rubble, that it seems to be the ruins of an ancient town or place that people lived out here that's been overgrown by the trees. And you know you're on the right track, and so you continue deeper and deeper into the forest. And after some time, the ground seems to be rising up gently, and then even more and more. And you realize this is what you've been searching for, that this forest has built up over the top of what it is you're looking for, that beneath this mound of trees and mud is a pyramid. And so you refer to the notes in the diary to find your way round to the entrance to the pyramid. Then you have to brush away some snow. But you find the entrance as it was left by the explorer, where they'd made it much easier to get into. And you head into this pyramid, finding that inside the pyramid it very quickly becomes strangely warm and comfortable. The air pressure seems to almost change, the atmosphere seems to almost shift. There's a slight echo to movements within this pyramid, as if the walls allow sound to reverberate far more than snow. And so you continue walking deeper and deeper into the pyramid until you find some steps. And you begin to descend those steps to a chamber underneath the pyramid. The pyramid giving off a warmth, a very comfortable temperature. And yet, the outside of the pyramid remains very cold. There's no sign of it influencing the snow and the forest above. And as you reach the chamber beneath the pyramid, you start to hear a slight hum, and you start to notice what looks like a large electric blue glowing orb in the middle of this chamber. And you walk towards that orb. And as you approach the orb, it's almost as if you can see yourself reflected back three-dimensionally within the orb. And you walk around the orb, looking from all angles. You take a walking stick from your backpack, extend that stick, and you poke it into the orb to see what will happen. Before removing it from the orb, and then deciding to step through that orb, unsure where it'll lead you. And as you step through the orb, you find yourself in the most beautiful, lush, green forest, with the most comfortable temperature to the air. You can hear the sounds of singing birds, what sounds like perhaps distant monkeys, and other animals, like this is a lush, living environment, a very healthy ecosystem. And the sound of the rustling leaves as the wind blows a breeze. And you walk away from the orb and turn to face the orb, and you see that the orb is behind you, now reflecting this environment, still electric blue, but reflecting the dense greenery of this forest. And you can just make out a very slightly less overgrown part of this forest, as if there's a track which has started to overgrow, but is just about less overgrown than the rest of the forest. And so you begin to follow that track, curious where it'll take you. And you have nothing to go on from this point on. The diary didn't say anything about the orb. It mentioned finding something in a chamber, but it didn't say what or give any further details. And so you continue following this path and seem to be walking for hours before eventually hearing a distant stream and heading towards that distant stream and finding yourself in a clearing. And you walk along the edge of that stream in this clearing through the most beautiful meadow with flowers of all colours, insects and animals looking like butterflies and bees, but also looking different in some way, flying from flower to flower. And you can see a dwelling in the distance. and it almost looks natural, like it's built into the landscape, almost like a hut built into the landscape, only larger. And you can see someone pottering around doing something outside that building. And so you approach them, and as you get nearer, you notice that they look somehow different to what you would expect. They have the most beautiful features. They have pointy ears. They look incredibly athletic and tall. Their hair is golden and flowing. And as they gaze up at you, you notice their eyes are a piercing, enchanting blue. And their eyes, the iris of their eyes, seems to almost shimmer like pools of blue oil or liquid as their eyes change focus, looking in different places. And they look so friendly and smiling, and they greet you, and you're surprised at being able to understand them, but you can't place their accent. It's almost as if they have no accent. And you explain how you've been following a diary, and you take that diary out, and they see the diary and they say, I remember when they visited here. And they invite you in, and you head into their home, into this dwelling. And they say that they're the guardian of the knowledge here in this land. And the explorer, the adventurer that you've been reading the diary of, had come here previously. And they make you a special kind of tea as you sit and talk. And after talking for a while, they say, would you like to see the knowledge too? And they take you through to an enormous library. And in this library there seems to be thousands of tiny fairies flitting and flying from shelf to shelf among all the documents. And they say these fairies work hard to maintain this knowledge, to constantly update the knowledge and add to the knowledge, keeping this library full of all the available knowledge in this land, and researching and gathering knowledge that people seek, because they know where every bit of knowledge is within this library. And they say that they're an ancient elf, and that in human years they would be thousands and thousands of years old. And they share some of that knowledge with you. they ask you what kind of knowledge you're seeking. And you tell them about some of the knowledge you would like to know. And they say that you can actually absorb some of this knowledge by drinking a special tea. And so the fairies make that special tea. And they say if you drink this special tea, it'll temporarily give you the abilities of the fairies. Because as the fairies fly, they release fairy dust. And the fairy dust lasts just a short while, almost like sparkling shimmering around their wings. But that fairy dust contains some of their ability, and so making the tea with the fairy dust can temporarily give you that ability, and you'll be able to think of the knowledge that you want. And close your eyes and access that knowledge, that wisdom. And so you drink this tea, finding it has the sweetest taste. And once you've finished that warm tea, your eyes close, your cheeks flush with warmth. And you have a deep sense of peace and connection with this library, almost as if energy is radiating between you and every single item in this library, as if you can psychically notice tendrils of energy, like a web of energy between you and every single book. And as you start to think of questions, you notice some of those tendrils, some of the web, becoming brighter as you connect with the relevant document. And this is how the fairies can find the relevant knowledge and documents so quickly. And so you become deeply absorbed in the experience, gaining such profound wisdom. And suddenly becoming aware of how overwhelming wisdom can be. Having certain questions answered, and being in this state feels almost timeless. And after the experience, it begins to wear off. You talk some more with this ancient elf before saying that you should head back to your land. And they say that through the portal, time stands still for the time you're here until you return. And the same occurs the other way. And so you head back, you navigate your way back to that portal. You head through the portal, finding yourself back in that chamber. You find your way back out and start navigating back through the forest, considering the experience you'd had. And then, stopping once night falls, camping for the night, before continuing your journey on again the next day, arriving back in that village, back at the hotel and settling down for the most peaceful night's sleep. aware that in just a few days you'll be making your journey back home, back on that train. But for now, you rest in that bed, just considering and thinking over the journey you've had, the experience with that wisdom, and you find that you can't even imagine how you could share that experience, how you could explain the experience, how you could even put the experience into words and explain what it's like to absorb all that wisdom, let alone explaining the wisdom that you'd had and gained. But it's deep and profound, and you know it'll transform you for the better and help you in so many ways. As you settle down and relax deeply into the bed, drifting and floating so peacefully, so comfortably into slumberland.